Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us on the WRC channel. Today, we're bringing you session 16 of the Sankei Shimbun Cup 2024 to 2025 season. I am Chiral, and I'm joined by the wonderful Nathanael. Hello.
Hello, Chiral. Another broadcast of the Sankei Shimbun Cup, and this will be our final regular season broadcast.
Yeah, from the future broadcast onwards, we'll be in the finals. It's exciting!
It's absolutely thrilling.
Later on today, we'll be joined by Harrison, Arthur, Corak, and Jenn. They're amazing, and I look forward to hearing them carry through the final matches of this event. But yeah, our broadcast today is sponsored by the WRC and USPML. We hope you'll check out Sparrow's Nest, a fully equipped Mahjong studio in New York with Slim Score, Ultimate, and Rex order tables. WRC, of course. Hopefully you know who we are. We are the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious and international Mahjong tournament in the world. It's held once every 3 years, the next of which will be in Tokyo in July. The Sankei Shimbun Cup, though, is made of 2 leagues. We have the Sept League in Tokyo and the Orb League in Western Japan. In Tokyo, 64 teams are split into 16 groups of 4. Each group battles the other 3 teams in their group over 10 sessions, and the top team from each group and the top individual players advance to 2 different final tournaments. The Orb League has 5 groups, and since they're in different locations, the games are more spread out, and each region has their own schedule. WRC did sponsor a team this season. They're made up of an entirely international roster. We have Gemma as our team captain from the UK, while Jenn from the US, Mio from South Korea, and Lika from China are the ones playing. We got to see them play in the last session yesterday, while Jenn fought valiantly and took a 2nd place in the last Hanchan. Team WRC sadly finished 3rd in their group. It was close though. But Lika ended the season with an individual score of plus 154.7 points. That's really good, but will it be enough to make it into that individual playoff? With many groups still having 3 games left. And let's have a look at some of the groups we'll be saying today, because we are looking at Group 8 for their final session. If you are an M-League fan, please stay tuned, because we'll be seeing Hiroe Sugawara in games 1 and 2 today, and Mari Takamiya in game 3. But who are the teams? We have Team SPICA Akasaka, Team Hyoko-do, Team Mahjong Sakae, and Team RonRon. As I was saying, we are going to be seeing Hiroe Sugawara in game 1, but we do also have 3 other very strong players here to try and get into that final. In the East seat, we will be seeing Yuri Arae, representing Team Mahjong SPICA from SPM. Yuri has an amazing score right now. She's currently sitting in 37th place with a score of 96.7. So, if she does a really good session today, I think she's be playing at least 1 game today. We'll see how she does, but if she can get a good win, she might be able to get into that individual final. In the South seat, we have Ayumi Mitsui, representing Team Sakae from SPM as well. In the West seat, we have Ayaka Matsuda, representing Team Hyoko-do from JPML. And finally, in the North seat, Hiroe Sugawara, representing Team RonRon from JPML. Hiroe is currently in 29th place with a score of 117.2. So that is another player going to be playing as many games as they can to try and fight for that position in the individual finals. It's really exciting when they've got both things to play for, right?
Absolutely. You know, there's the team goal as well as the individual goal, and for the team standings in this group.
Yeah, that's all to play for. Look at how close the scores are.
It's so close. I thought Team WRC's scores were the closest in the previous session, Group 16, but Group 8 here, 50.1 is Team SPICA Akasaka, and Hyokodo is right behind, only about 60 points behind, and Mahjong Sakae is not that far behind Hyoko-do, so that means that 1 big first place for either of these 2 teams. Remember, it doesn't even need to be a big first place because of the UMA bonus and the ante at the start as well. The extra 20 points.
Scored 5 points, and all 20 go to the winner, exactly.
So that's a total of 40 points going to whoever just finishes first place. And that could be a huge swing, moving Hyokodo or Mahjong Sakae into the positives. And then if SPICA takes a third place or a fourth place, that will send them down within range. And so definitely doable. And even for Team RonRon, which is currently at negative 107.8, 2 first places will make things really exciting.
Yeah, you can't even count any player out here, which is amazing. This is the finals you want to see, you know? This is what I came here for. I don't want it to be decided like in session like 12 or 13. No, right at the very end. That's when it needs to be happening. I would love to see it the finalists be decided in very final hands. That'd be very exciting.
Well, let's see if that indeed comes to play out as game number 1 goes underway.
Good luck, everybody. I hope to see some exciting stuff. And will it be... See, this is something we noticed in the games. It's something I noticed in the games yesterday. We had a lot of very fast play. Because the scores were so close, everyone was just trying to win a hand rather than necessarily going for some massive hands. Some massive hands did happen. And in fact, the game that I got to commentate on was decided by one big hand. But it felt so scrappy. It felt so sort of desperate almost. Everyone being in it with not exactly expensive hands, but just fast. Getting to tempi before anyone else has a chance.
Yeah, reminiscent of the play that we saw in our other broadcast series, where it's a placement-based tournament. Therefore, players are playing to position only. And that means there are a lot of very fast hands created for the purpose of just exchanging position. And in this case, if your goal is to hit first place, you do want to win a big hand, but if a fast hand will shut down another player's big hand, and that might be necessary to just get that first place spot.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right, especially when the scores are this close. Just getting a first doesn't necessarily matter. If you can get a first, you'll probably at least for the teams in second and third, a single first might be enough just to sort of get in position, if not equal, with the player in the team in first place here. So, yeah. But we do have to be watching out for Arae and Sugawara, because they both have that chance to get into that individual final as well.
Absolutely.
So there are bonus stakes, extra pressure.
Looking at Anai's hand here as the dealer, there's a chance at Ipeko on the upper pins. Great shape in the Sosa as well, so very strong opening hand. Lots of tateniu type tiles here for Mitsui. Many pairs as well, so...
Yeah, I feel like you have to... Okay. See, I would have even thought maybe go for 7 pairs, but actually they're going for Sanshoku. I like it, actually.
Matsuda with it.
I hadn't considered the 6, 7, 8, but it's there.
And Sugawara... Also a bunch of contrast shapes. So Matsuda and Sugawara struggling in terms of the tile acceptance here. And it will be a dealer Riichi Anae with Riichi Ipeko waiting on the 8-pin only.
Although I don't think I've seen the 8-pin so far, so that does mean there are 3 tiles out there. Oh, there's one. Okay.
It's always a little interesting when you get to cut the Dora.
Yes.
As a safe tile against the dealer Riichi, but that was one of the early discards from our dealer, and that means that players will likely just be folding out here.
Yeah, usually it depends on how close your hand is to tempi, right? If your hand is nowhere near, and with an early reach, oftentimes that is the case, sometimes it's just not worth taking any risks. Let someone else deal in.
Yeah, all it takes is one person, the dealer cuts the first Dora, someone who can't really play the hand, they don't have the shapes, they cut a second Dora, someone who's on the fence cuts the third Dora, and all of a sudden the hands are, here we go, the dealer drops the third Dora, and the hands are super devalued. It really doesn't make sense to fight against this Riichi for most players.
That's true, yeah. I think the other interesting thing is because it is the team in first place, you really don't want them to win a hand. Obviously, the best way to stop them from winning a hand is to win on first, but...
And that creates an interesting sort of push-pull, right? If you don't want the team in first to win a hand, does that incentivize you to challenge that Riichi? Because if they win it, it's a very bad result for you. And if you deal into it, it's an even worse result, but maybe it's worth the risk just to prevent them from winning and increasing the gap.
It's very true. I think there's also the other interesting question. I believe the team that's closest to first place in second also might be able to get through to the team final. And given how close the scores are, the other players might be very aware that maybe I just need to finish this in second in this group because we are so close to that first place.
That's a good point.
So maybe
I don't know what the closest team is out of all the other groups.
But the gap of 60 points. I mean, obviously, if you let them win, that gap will get bigger. But
yeah, the wild card spot is open for the taking, and I think there's still 2 8-pins in the wall. We haven't seen any outside of the one in Sugawara's hand.
It's always the case, isn't it? You feel like you wait on it forever, and just because there are 2 tiles does not necessarily mean we'll be seeing any of them. It's the 7 pairs curse, I swear.
Too many pairs, and the wall just decides.
You know that the tile you're waiting on is buried somewhere. But yes, still a little bit of time to see one of these 8 pins, but we'll see.
Just a few draws remaining. This sort of sets the tone as well. Dealers come out early with the Riichi, the rest of the table folding away. And assuming this goes to a draw, and I will have gained a net 3,000 points on all the other players, leaving 1 stick in the middle for the taking, but that won't be a lead too significant for the other players to overcome.
Yeah, exactly. It would be much worse if someone did deal in to this, but we'll see. There's one of the 8 pins.
Mitsui has no reason to discard that.
Absolutely. But it does mean there's only 1 left to draw. Will we see it before the end of this hand? I get a feeling that it's more likely than not we're not going to see it, but...
And it will indeed go to Ryukyoku. 1 player Tenpai. The dealer will allow a repeat for Arae. Team SPICA temporarily with a monster advantage. And as these scores go away, we can see in the white, the starting score, the starting total of points that each team has, and then in the yellow, what the score would be if the game ended with the players in their current positions. And of course, that's very volatile, especially because Mitsui, Matsuda, and Sugawara are currently tied at the same scoreline. So any win or loss of points by any of these players will drastically change those yellow numbers based off of the final position.
It does demonstrate exactly what you're saying about that first place bonus being so significant. Even though the scores are this close, pulling ahead by 37 points is very significant. Were the game to end right now, obviously we will see that change as time goes on.
So folks, if you're interested in what each of these hands means in terms of the ultimate goal of finishing first in the division, take a look at those yellow scores. East 1, repeat 1. And we'll soon get another look at Arae's hand. Matsu pair, Green Dragon, and a great 3-pin fill. So promising start for an open hand. That's a great Penchan fill, 7. So comes to hand for Mitsui. Maybe 7, 8, 9 Sanshoku.
Everyone's getting their best shapes filled in right now.
Yeah, those middle weights.
I'm seeing the potential 6 and 8 Sanshoku as well from Matsuda.
I love the shades for Sugawara as well.
It's a little bit far away with the 6-pin just sitting there doing nothing, but I want to believe in 6, 7, 8 Sanshoku for her. I really do.
Yeah, 7, 8, 9 can't come to fruition, at least. We can hope for 6, 7, 8. Okay, we didn't necessarily need 2 3-pins, but, we might be able to build off that block.
5, 5, 7, 9, 9. It's a decent shape to start building with. It's something you want to see earlier in the hand rather than later, but at least we can accept both sides of that sequence.
Ishanten now for Sugawara.
Oh, what a huge pull. The 7-pin there.
That's 2 big, difficult shapes that Arae has filled in the early goings of this game. Now, Sugawara has a Dora. If she fills the 3, 6, 9 pin immediately, I'm curious if she'll reach or not on the Kanchan the middleweight, just the Foreman, which is right next to the Dora.
Yeah, I wonder.
And that might depend on whether she draws the 3/6 pin for Tanya or the 9 pin, or just Riichi Dora 1.
Okay, this is a Tenpai. It's not the Tenpai we really want, though. But is this a chance to reach? It's still going to be Reach Dora 1.
The one so is kind of close to the Dora, so that might incentivize her. Okay, she's playing for the Kutsuki, the sticky Ishanta, and the one that is very wide. She just wants
there are so many upgrades there for Pinfu.
Right? Just connects them to the 6-mon or the 6 pin, and you are looking good. And wow, headless shape for Sugawara, another shape that has super acceptance. 3-so, 4-so, 5-so all work, as well as pairing up any of the pin tiles, and also drawing that 369 pin from before, where they should be left on Dorotanki, most likely. We're going to get another look at it here. That is a pseudo pair, but it's not very good because she's already discarded the 6-mon, so out goes the 3.
Exactly. That is Tenpai. No, yeah, it's Tenpai.
Not quite. Ishantan.
Oh gosh.
And Mitsui still looking for that Sanchoku, not coming through. A lot of players are holding upper blocks. You mentioned the 6-7-8 as in the other hand, and that's sort of preventing the 7-8-9 Sanchoku from happening for Mitsui.
Yes, absolutely.
Although
okay, finally an upgrade here, and as we were saying, that's 7-8-9 Sanchoku.
That was one of the last
is doable.
8 pins.
Although we need to count some 9s, so I'm not sure how many remain.
That is 3-sided super wide in the Manzu 2-5-8. So you could cut the 5-so and lean into discarding the door later. And she'll just take the efficiency here. Oh, but this is going to be the punish. There's the Tenpai finally for Arae on the Green Dragon. And the Riichi comes out, so now it's so hard to drop the Dora.
Yeah.
What is Sugawara going to do here? So not a safe tile either.
No, I look at it and I'm just like, can I think of some reason to justify playing that? Unless we desperately need something, which we don't right now.
Yeah, and if you look at the discard pond here for the Riichi player, Ipatsumo! Ipatsumo.
Dora flip?
No Dora.
Not quite.
Still, 4,000 all will be excellent. Collects the Riichi stick from before. And yeah, Sugawara just did not have any other save tiles in her hands. So might as well play the discard that allows you to fight a little bit. It was going to be really interesting to see if she had a chance to, make the choice on whether or not to discard the Dora. But the win just came in too quickly for Arae this hand.
This is huge for Arae, though. With a score going into this game individually of 96.7. If she does carry 50.3 through, I'm not sure that's enough to get into the individual finals, but if she plays one more game and gets another win, she's through. And it always feels so stressful when you're sort of at the very edge of qualifying for an event, and you really want to make something happen. And you're being aggressive, and that's absolutely the right thing to do.
I think that's also a really good point, contrasting the individual finals with the team finals, because, Team SPICA is in a good position that they might want to just sit back and defend, right? Not take risks if they don't have to. Now, in this case, Arae has gotten the first Tenpai in both hands so far, so not really taking risks, but, there's that tension of, I want to make something big happen for my individual chances, but also I don't need to take risks for my team.
Yeah. Honestly, I think it's fine to let her play one game as hard as she can, and then maybe if she wins that, you can tag someone else in for the next 2, and hopefully carry that one game to the finals. We'll see. I say this knowing what score that Lika has, and secretly hoping that no one manages to overtake her in these 3 games.
That's true. We watched Team WC play yesterday, but we still have some of that residual bias carrying over.
I mean, you've always got to, right, when you're at a cutoff and you see your friend, or you've played your own match, and now all you can do is watch as the remaining match is complete, and you see the scores go up or down, You have no control over the other tables. And yet, ooh, what a draw.
That's almost sad. That hand was looking like it
Yeah.
could turn into a flush, but
She
no.
did pass on the red dragon call earlier. So if she really wanted to force the flush, she could have started calling far earlier. I think she's probably satisfied with that. Maybe not like the most satisfied, but
If she
at
gets
the end of the day, Riichi's Riichi.
certainly if she gets there
And,
closed, it will be a strong wait.
yeah, and you've got the Dora, which is always very needed.
Well, this is
I would never really complain about Reach Dora. But
Yeah.
here is the first Reach.
Riichi
Waiting
Dora.
only on the 7 of characters. But Reach Dora.
There was some improvement to be had around the pin tiles if she chose to not take the tempai, but I think with the lead, she really just wants to press forward. Oh, and we're going to see a chase for sure.
Yeah. We do see that pair of 7 of characters in Matsuda's hand. But I don't think we're ever going to see them get cut, especially not with 2 reaches on the table.
Yes.
And in fact, it can now be used even better.
There's a choice of weight. Could have been 9 so East Shampoo weight, but 4-7 so is certainly wider and bears less risk of dealing in. Also, I think the 7 so is Genbutsu to the first Riichi, the dealer Riichi, so Sugawara knows that if Arae draws it, she won't be able to use it.
Yeah, I think there's only 1 7 so left to draw. 1 7 so and 3 4 so's, I believe. But, as you say, if someone can't use it, if they draw it themselves, maybe it'll be discarded. Either way, though, everyone is staying very safe.
And Sugawara, I'm sure, is not actually that upset that it's a fight against a dealer Riichi. I mean, when you're down in points, it's an opportunity. You have a player that has no defense, and that not only is it a defenseless player, but it is also the leader who you want to take points from directly. So I see it as an opportunity every time the leader declares a Riichi to take points directly from them where they might be defensive and fold out otherwise.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. And you do miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So it's always worth. There's one of the 7 mans. Which I believe means there's only 1 left.
Trying super thin for Arae now. Where are the 4 so?
Oh, I thought it was one there. I thought we were about to see one, but no.
With 2 Dora, this is Ishanten.
Ishanten with 2, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, it's side grade, but I don't think we're going to be seeing Matsuda pushing this one.
Well, that 4-pin, though, that now creates 4-pin Genbutsu, and the 1-pin can possibly follow out afterwards. In fact, will almost certainly be safe, so there's a chance.
We'll see it.
Still need perfect draws, though.
We do know the 4 mana safe. We know
the 7 so.
Oh, but there it goes.
And there's no Una, but that's a direct hit off of Arae. Riichi, Chun, Dora 1.
As you say, an opportunity. And a big payoff.
A couple home bud to collect as well. Plus those Riichi sticks will be a nice total for Sugawara.
Doesn't get a first place, but it definitely is a lovely step on the way there. And, as I was saying, these 2 players in first and second right now are the ones gunning for that individual final. So if they both score points, it could be really good for them. But I don't think they're going to be satisfied with only 32,300 points.
That's a lot of wins.
It is, actually. A lot of individual wins, unfortunately. But we'll see. You can always draw a pair. The worse your hand is, the more likely you are to draw an upgrade.
2 easts, 2 norths, 1 south, 1 west. Could dream big. Mitsui. Show sushi, maybe?
Now that would be something exciting to see. It would also be very good for getting you into that final, but we have seen a few of the tiles get played. Well, one of the souths has already gone, unfortunately. So if we are going to go for that Yakuman, 3 of the souths are now known, and that means we cannot get a triplet of them anymore.
Yeah, you'd be relying on that as your pair. But there's the backup plan of the flush, Or
Absolutely.
yeah, gotta commit to it. No diamond shape here.
I love it.
3-2 goes back.
Dora does eventually get played by Matsuda. I think it's got no place in that hand anymore. It's the perfect time to get rid of it.
Especially when other players have mon-heavy hands. Don't want to be holding that too long, theoretically.
I know that I get a bit excited sometimes, and I would have been very tempted to cut some of those pin tiles there. I think it would have been wrong, especially considering everyone else seems to also be hoarding Manzu. But yes. And I do also think that really early discard off the 3-pin might be really good if we end up waiting on 1/4 with the reach. So maybe the perfect time to not. Oh, and that's a huge draw. We are going to see this reach, and it's, as I say, we got that really early discard of the 3-pin, which might bait out the idea that maybe other players that we don't have Arae waiting on anything around that 3-pin. If it was played really early.
Yeah,
We'll see if these players fall for that, but
3 hands, 3 Riichis from Arae.
yeah, honestly.
They've been all very early ones too. First Riichi in all of the hands.
There's efficiency, and then there's just being blessed with good luck, I swear.
Although the second one did not pan out in her favor. We'll see if this one does. 4 pins, very strong.
I do think that the 1-pin is a very likely chance of coming out. Just based on the really early 3-pin discard. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh, there it is. And there it is. Comes out. Gets Rond. And that is not an error flip, unfortunately.
Yeah, if it matches your tiles, you sort of, your brain lights up. Ooh. Oh. It's the one after.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, no. Welcome. Even if it is a minute from the past, welcome. Hello.
I trust Fonsa to catch on to the tricky reading of the food there. 7
Yeah, absolutely. Fun is
fills the 8-9
player.
shape, not the 4, or rather the 5-6 shape. For the extra foo from that previous hand.
Oh no, this is interesting. We've got some really awkward shapes, but with that concealed triplet of the White Dragon, I don't know. Maybe I'd consider opening if I were a dealer and I'd want to just continue my dealership. I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Yeah, the hands that we've been competing with have been like first row Riichi, 7th turn Riichi. There might be some incentive just feeling the speed of this table to just open.
Yeah, I wouldn't just call anything, but say something like maybe the 7-man to fix all the weaker shapes. Yeah, I think also we could just get rid of that as well. It is one of the weaker shapes in the hand.
Yeah, I really like doing that from a 6-6-8-9 shape, cutting the 9, and you still have a 6-6-8 shape that can be a pair or a kanchan.
Yeah, you only lose 1 tile of acceptance. That's really important. Oh, speaking of the 6, not the same 6, but a very useful draw here.
Sugawara still has a lot of work to go in that hand. And the south door is going to make things interesting. We see Mitsui with 1 here in a really tough hand. None other visible to us. It is Sugawara's wind, however. Unless you draw a couple of those well before that becomes useful.
Starting to wonder if that 2 discard was sort of planning ahead almost. Because hand was not that good, really. And as much as I like the 1-1-2 shape, it's not that strong, but it's worth keeping when you've got nothing else. Maybe we just don't have to take any risks this hand. Unless something exciting happens, like pairing up the red dragon.
Yes, Sugawara has been fishing for this honor tile pair for a long time. Finally got one of them. We know she's not going to see the Haku ever. Because that white dragon is tripled up in Matsuda's hand.
But yeah, I look at this. I look at the mid-tile discards. I'm thinking, is this a defensive play? Is this making a plan and then sticking to it. By the way, though, another really good draw for Arae. We can't stop Arae getting Tenpai.
We really can't. Oh.
No.
Oh. That was an unusual Mon discard.
I think we had 2, 3, 4 at that point, so cutting the extra 4 didn't lose too much. We're just going to commit that to being the shape. And there's a bit of an overlap between the 6, 6, 7 that was next to the 4. I guess there's a we draw 2 5s, but I think we've seen a few 5s discarded already.
Oh, you know what? I thought that one of the Mon tiles that she drew was a third copy of the 6 Mon.
Oh, okay.
But it was, in fact, the other tile for the 2, 3, 4, so that does make perfect sense. And there's the Riichi from Arae once again. This time it took to turn 8.
She
rather.
cannot be stopped. Unfortunately, didn't get the Pure sequence, but Tenpai is Tenpai. And we are going to see some aggression here. Opening the hand in response to reach for Tenpai as well from the dealer.
Yeah, Matsuda really needs to not allow Arae to win this hand, so we'll see a fight for her dealership.
I guess Matsuda has the saving grace of 3 of the 6s being held by Sugawara. They're not going to come out. So at least there's some time. But the 9! There it is!
Stop it. Riichi Tsumo and no Ura. But it's still going to be 2k pickup.
It might be a cheap win, but if you keep getting cheap wins and no one has a chance to play, we move on straight to South 4, and no one else has overtaken you. It's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, there's so many value routes for that hand that didn't come to fruition, but the important thing is she won the hand and now sits at a very solid 35.6, almost 10,000 points above Sugawara, who sits as our dealer.
Yes, the main number I look at is 10,000, obviously, with the Mangan Sumo. With them being a non-dealer paying 2,000, you gaining 8,000. That's sort of the cushion that you want to have at least 10,000 points ahead of your opponent.
Yeah, very close to that mark, although not quite there yet.
Yeah. Not that you should ever relax in a Mahjong game. It's a very stressful game, but...
It can be a very stressful game. 9 Mon door. I see a couple players holding on to one, although alongside a 6 Mon. Very unfortunate bit of inefficiency there.
Yeah, I love Sanshoku, but even I have to admit that was probably not going to happen. The 1, 2, 3 there for Arae. So cutting the 1 man, accepting the more efficient shape.
Hey,
Big fan.
That's a Dora pair up. That solves a lot of the problems of Sugawara's hand. Now she just needs to connect a couple more shapes and then slam a Riichi. Really looking for a good Mon tile. The 3 Mon and 6 Mon combine their powers to accept a large number of Mon tiles. Every single Mon tile can be accepted in that hand with a 9 Mon pair as well.
So he's trying to build a half flush, but I don't have any confidence in it, unfortunately. Although we are seeing, maybe not. The last 3 or 4 draws have all been they were able to advance that half flush idea at least. But yeah.
We don't need to save tell where we were going. We're the dealer. We have door 2.
Oh, speaking of, huge draw. The thing I don't like about half flush hands is that they often feel like they play on autopilot. So you don't really have much choice. It's like, I have to keep this, which means I have to play this, and I don't want to play this.
You don't have much control over your actions.
Still being quite a few draws away. Yeah.
Oh, nice Onko draw. Are we going to see another Arae first Riichi?
I do think this is possibly quite likely based on what we've seen here. So there's 7 Mon here draw. It's a very, very useful pickup, but we'll see. We'll see.
It was turn 8 in the last hand. We're approaching turn 9 here. Okay, it doesn't get there.
Yeah, for a second I thought that might have been another West. I was like, okay, are we going to see it? No. I think that's honestly very, very reasonable, yeah. Everyone here is going to be trying to make all the value they can. But it is good to have an escape route. Yeah.
That 3-6 mon might not be the best shape for Arae, even though it's, and Japan is typically good. Because Sugawara has discarded so many of them already, 2 3-mons and a 6-mon, and then there's another hand that's going for mon flush that's holding another 3 and 6-mon copy.
Yeah, exactly. I was wondering, yeah, if we were going to keep the pairs here, but I think 3 pairs is far too many, so...
Oh, committing to the pairs here.
Oh.
We could build towards Saranko, or even better.
Matsuda did just cut Dora. So hopefully, maybe that's a bluff. I don't think it has that close to Tenpai, but it definitely makes a statement saying, hey, I'm willing to cut Dora at the end of row 2.
Maybe there's a 2-pin Puln? Yes.
Yeah,
Toy Tenpai. Not
a huge value, but at the end of the day, it is going to be points for Arae. Oh, wait, she didn't reach. She didn't reach.
That's the first hand this game that Arae did not reach. She did reach Tenpai first, but she did not declare Riichi. Do we count it? Do we allow it?
I think, but we'll keep watching. If we keep seeing Tenpai every hand, then we have to count it, I suppose.
Oh, there it is, the 6-0.
And that is a win.
It's just a toy.
Just toy.
Get a little bonus foo, but not too much here.
Every point you collect is going to add up, especially considering that individual final. If we were looking at Lika's score, she had 151, I believe. So Arae went into this with 96.7. So it doesn't take much to overtake Lika right here. It doesn't take much. Oh. But plus 40 isn't enough on its own. Plus 48 is not enough.
Yeah, we'll need a little bit more than that. And this is back to Anai's dealership. Maybe this hand actually is a little weak.
Yeah, for once. It's not almost a free pass.
Although
it does have quite a lot of acceptance, I think.
And she showed us how she could just feel the weak shape of the hand before. Looks like Matsuda is not going to allow this dealership to continue. An early call.
Again, I think it's playing for second place, right? If Matsuda could just make sure that they are ahead of Mitsui, maybe they'll be able to get through in that wildcard slot by being just the closest to the first place. Maybe when you see the gap being 20,000 points, you're like, okay, all right, let's just focus on the player above me and the player below me and just ignore first place. But we'll see. We'll see. Player time is still only South 1, so you don't need to make something happen.
That's another great draw. 3 Samenchan for Arae. And there's a Dora for Mitsui, so 2 in hand. See if she can make use of that. Another honor pair for Matsuda. And the Green Dragon could come out. Yeah, it does. We're going to see another call.
I think we can see it. Cool. There it is. Yep.
Straight
so
into Tenpai.
2 Dragon Ponds.
That the threat of the White Dragon is still out there, actually.
Yeah, actually.
So if you're Matsuda here and you draw the White Dragon, do you break Tenpai? And if so, do you break it by cutting the 5-6 so or the pair?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. I probably wouldn't break Tenpai.
No dreams.
I know, I have no dreams, I'm sorry. I probably would just accept.
Arae is Tenpai.
yeah, of course.
With a Samenchan, but she doesn't Riichi and saves a Riichi stick as a result. Saves 1,000 points. The 7-so Tsumo comes into hand for Matsuda. It's as if she knew.
2 dragons. Not the biggest win, but gets her above Mitsui. It's a little bit close to Sugawara.
Perhaps most importantly, shuts down Anai's dealership.
Absolutely, yeah. Because we know our eyes could be tenpai.
Of course.
I do love seeing everyone go all out, though, especially when it's the very last session. Exactly so. Yeah. Even just the implicit threat of having those dragons, because they were not accounted for, is very scary. But yeah, we move on to South 2, and it is now Mitsui's dealership. We haven't seen much from her so far today. She writes a column about winning at Patchy Slot, and has been a pro for over a decade. Hopefully that experience will come back. The power of slot machines. I'm not going to call Mahjong a slot machine because there's much more to it than that, but a bit of luck can never hurt anyone, right?
I'll make a call out, shout out to our commentator for the next game, Harrison, who likes to call every single draw as the Tenho slot machine. Every chance you re-roll as the dealer is another chance to flip over your hand as soon as you've drawn it. So in that sense, but maybe in that sense only, there's so much more to the game of Mahjong than just complete randomness.
I've had friends who have won the Tenho Yaku. I've never seen it myself, but I've heard stories from friends who've seen it in the wild.
I know it exists. I've never had it at any of my tables. I've never won it myself, but I did see that in the American Riichi Mahjong League, a player has won Tenho there.
One day it'll happen to me. One day.
As long as you keep playing and repeating as dealer, you're increasing your chances.
Yes.
It's a really important hand though for Mitsui. You know, her dealer seat, her final dealership. And I have to say, this game so far, her high have not been strong. The initial set of tiles haven't really allowed her to fight too much, but this one's not too bad. This one has some hope, at least.
It is sometimes just the way of Mahjong where you just don't have the tools to build a good hand. Sometimes.
You're hoping...
I think it's less often than some people might complain about, but it's sometimes you just don't get given the right tools.
Speaking about the right tools, that is Dora pair for Sugawara in the west seat. So she can call that with a Yaku. Now, one of the Dora has already come out, but there is one remaining.
I do think there's a decent chance if it's drawn sooner rather than later that someone will play it. I do think there's a chance.
Certainly, and somebody like Mitsui, who really needs her dealership here, and can't use a Dora with the current shapes, will almost certainly discard it sooner rather than later to avoid issues later on.
Another interesting draw there. Drawing a triplet does kill all the value of the hand, but triplet's always a nice thing to have. Definitely increases acceptance by a whole lot. Okay. What's your opinion on having 9-8-8-7-6?
I generally dislike it. It makes me uncomfortable.
That's fair. It does, yes.
But it is a shape and it does have some improvements.
That's true, yeah.
If you draw the 6 pin, then you can shift your acceptance of the 7 pin to at least be worth an extra Han with twin sequences Ipeko.
That's true.
And if you draw the connector, the 5 pin, then you can just eliminate the 8 pin and have a good shape. You can also keep the 8 pin and use it as the pairer sometimes for Tanyao. So there's some flexibility depending on what gets drawn, but it's definitely a bit unpleasant. So typically when I have the 6-8-8-9 shape, where drawing the 7 would give you that 6-7-8-8-9 shape, I'll just cut the 9 immediately.
I think that's very reasonable. And this is Tenpai, but only on that 7 pin. Still though, do you just take the reach? You've got Tora 2.
Yeah, she's angling for it.
Yeah, we see it come out.
It's one of those spots where if you had any sort of confidence that the West was going to come out soon, you could Dama and then
Yes.
be able to call the West, but it's been once cut already, and you
Yeah,
don't want to miss out on the chance to run the 7 pin.
as I was saying, if we saw the West early, it
Oh,
might have come out quite.
oh,
Oh,
my
that's
heart.
so nice.
The 5 pin would have been a 147 way with Itsu possibility.
Oh no. Still, it's okay. It's okay. As
It's
long as you
okay,
got 7.
Mitsumo, Itsumo
Exactly.
anyway. And there's an Ura, so Riichi Itsumo Dora Dora Ura.
It does seem like this game's theme has been Arae being Tenpai almost every single hand, although not this one, interestingly enough.
Yes.
And just every now and then, Sugawara coming in with a massive hand and balancing the scores.
Exactly that. I mean, after this Magan Sumo, of course, Arae wasn't the dealer, so she wasn't paying the bigger penalty, the bigger payment, but that will make things really close here for first place, and Sugawara actually has a chance to take over.
Yeah, when the scores are this close. Oh my. I know I like saying I like watching close matches, but oh my. Oh, hang on, what is this opening hand? The Beast for the dealer and another triplet just hiding away. Very interesting. And obviously we might be a pair and a sequence. We can see that 6 of Bambi there. But I wouldn't complain if I were Matsuda with that opening hand.
2 Anko in the opening hand for Mitsui.
Two.
They seem to be pair heavy hands, pair triplets.
Okay, here's a completely crazy, unhinged assessment. Would you cut that one man if you're going to go for all triplets and you've got a triplet of 1 pin and a pair of 1 so?
I'm with you. Maybe to cut the 4 so, maybe cut the 9 pin.
Yeah, the 9 pin.
I'm not opposed to angling for the Sancho Kodoko.
It's such a rare Yaku, but like, what if the next draw was one man? What if?
I definitely would think about it. Okay, but Mitsui is going to open up here. It looked like she was thinking about the flush as well, having the
Yeah.
But you know, that's Dora. That's Dora 3, so doesn't need to have it all. And if she can get Toy Toy as well.
At the end of the day, among other Mangan.
Yeah, Toy Toy would make it a Hanuman, so in a very strong position for that score.
Interesting. I think it's probably better to get rid of something like that now, especially after you see that call. But yes.
Maybe 789 Sancho.
Yeah, I could see it. What was that call? Was it on a? It was the West, right? So
it was
the
Yakubai.
Chanta's made as well. And with that 1 man, there it is.
Preemptive 5 mon cut. You still accept the 6 mon and the 9 mon, of course, but if you pair up the 1 mon, then you get the Chanta as well. I love it.
Always good to go for those things when they are available. Yeah. Oh.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think we're seeing maybe a bit of defensive play here.
Yeah, of
from
course.
Sugawara. They don't need to deal in.
Let's not forget that the call for Mitsui is the Dora, so
yes,
no one wants to mess with that.
Ideally, you win first, but also just make sure you don't deal in. It's not worth throwing the entire game away because you had a nice Tenpai. Ooh, although speaking of that, I do like that White Dragon. It is dangerous to play, but...
Ooh, another triplet?
Well. So that's 10. That's the Shanten. It's the Shanten.
Matsuda is the dealer, so she has some incentive to fight.
How much bravery do you have? Everyone's keeping their pairs, which I think is very interesting. But otherwise, there's the White Dragon. I think we haven't seen any of them, and 2 players are holding 1 each. It's going to slow both players down a bit.
The way that Mitsui is playing is almost bluffing the players that she's Tenpai already. And now she is.
It's an amazing Tenpai. Okay, four pins kind of but the Wonso, I believe, looks pretty safe to everybody, right?
Yeah, we're going to see the fight from Matsuda. Found the 4-pin. Riichi East. 4-7 so, I believe, was the weight.
Yes. Everyone has that one safe tile, which is very handy. But what are we going to do?
Oh,
There's the one of bamboo!
And that's going to be a direct Hanuman.
Whiplets. Dora 3. Oh my.
It certainly
You
felt
can't-
like
you
a
can't
justified
fault
Riichi for Matsuda
Yeah,
there as a dealer. Tragic
perfect time
consequences
to
for her.
reach, just, yeah.
And that will
Everyone
send...
else was reaching early, and they were winning.
Right? Why can't that
Why
happen
can't
for
I?
me? That will mean that Sugawara is our all-last dealer, still the same gap to first place, but Mitsui now kind of making a thought of things.
Someone from Mitsui does it.
Absolutely. Will overtake both Arae and Sugawara. And suddenly hope is there. Mitsui had, remember, all game long she's been watching the other players win. Finally got her chance to win something and held on to that opportunity. And now we'll see her high pie. And this is looking like the previous hands, but there is a Dora.
Yes.
Where there's a Dora, there's a hope. Riichi Tsumo Dora Ura. That's a Mangan.
Yep. Even if it's not necessarily a thing that gets you first place, just every point you can score for your team at this point is going to be very important for the next 2 matches.
Yeah.
Sometimes just, hey, 8 more points.
If you could somehow manage to hit Arae directly and drop her down to second, even if you're not overtaking, you just drop her down to second and allow Sugawara to get the first, that is points. That's actually pretty big.
Yeah, Sugawara getting first place. Team RonRon are in 4th right now, so even with a win, it's not going to really affect their scores that much. I mean, it is going to affect their scores in a big way, but it's not going to affect the fight for first.
Right, the goal of
the
rest of the team's team.
Does look like she's going for a flush though. I was wondering with the 2-5 kind of a bad overlap and the 5 of the characters there. Like, do we lock in on that half flush and cut the 2 of darts? We did see that. And once again, I see Sanshoku. I love it. Matsuda seeing value, trying to figure out her win condition.
That's a pretty big gap, but it's not impossible to achieve. The perfect draws. Speaking of perfect draws, 5 so fills nicely the door shape.
And the 9 of bamboo there, making that 7-8-9 Sanshoku just a little bit more real. Just the spark there, the dream, the hope.
It's now mochi mochi between Arae and Sugawara. They've been duking it out all game long.
It's useful. Yeah, we are going to keep it.
Oh, 8-pin.
Oh my. Okay, so the Sanshoku with reach, with the Dora, 6 of bamboo.
Even so, very wide Ishanten for Sugawara. For the flush. Second 8-pin is Tempai. And she will declare the Riichi. Alright, Riichi Pinfu Sanshoku on the 9-mon. Do you pass a 6-mon win?
As Matsuda, I think I do actually in this situation. Even though we can actually see with the 9-mons.
Oh my!
But I think I would consider it. I would consider going fully 10 in that situation, just because
the Riichi encourages the Hatsu to come out. Sugawara will call that for a Tempai 3-6-0.
Unless I'm scared of dealing into that. Well, I don't know. It's a hard judgment to make.
It is
given
indeed.
how much value you need to make something happen. I don't know. I might take a sumo. I probably would skip a Ron on 6. I think that might be where I draw the line. I would sumo the 6.
Fair enough. It looks like there's one more 9-mon in the wall, so one chance. Matsuda scored
That
the
one,
most points.
the one thread, the one path.
A pensive
Push luck.
8-so discard there from the Riichi player. Is this safe? Right next to the Dora? It passes? Okay. Matsu should be totally fine.
Yeah, I guess the other issue is that no one really knows anything about the 9s, right? Obviously, we have one player who sees 3 of them. We have a lot of players who see a pair of the 8s, I think. But that doesn't necessarily guarantee it or say anything about the 9 being safe. So I don't think anyone's going to be dealing in if they do draw that last 9-1. They're just going to use it more than likely. But
A draw that gives Mitsui some pause will end up going with a 4-pin. Safe tile. Sugawara just has to jam in this spot. 4-mon does not feel good, but she'll play it out anyway.
does give everyone else a safe tile, which is very nice.
Oh, 6
Oh, there's a 6. We do take it.
It is.
Yeah, I think I would.
Just Riichi Tsumo Pinhu.
At least we got the sumo. But
That is points.
it does feel kind of bad when you only get to claim that when you could have had 2 more hand for just that little bit more value. Still, it is points, as you say. And you never know. Those 3 points might be the difference between qualifying for the finals and not qualifying for the finals. But a huge win for Arae, and a very nice win for Sugawara too. These are the 2 players who are trying to get into that individual final. So I wonder what we'll be seeing from both of them. Will they? I know that Sugawara's playing game 2. Will we be seeing Arae play game 2 as well, trying to get into that individual, or is she happy with the plus 40 and is going to gamble no one else getting a better score than that? I am really curious. I'm going to be watching the next game for sure. I'm going to be lurking, but I will not be commentating because I am being replaced by the wonderful Harrison, I believe. Hello.
Me. I like commentating Riichi. I like commentating Riichi.
We love commentating Riichi with you.
Exactly.
Oh, same, likewise. And I mean, what better games than this too, right? Like
I know.
commentating, especially the end tournament games, it's even a blowout is interesting, depending on the situation. I won't say that 100%. Like if someone, goes up 2 Yakumans to start next game, then it might be like, ugh. But with the way these players play too, and how good and solid they are, it feels like this is just going to be a game to watch. I'm so excited.
Yeah, as I say, we've had those 2 players who are really close to the individual finals, and their teams are really close to the qualifying for their team as well. And yeah, just seeing them both just inch a little bit closer. They both scored positively. Oh, I'm so invested in both of them. I want to see them. I want to see Lika get through. I don't want them to overtake Lika, but it would be cool to see them get through to the individual final as well. I want to see that. But yes, what an interesting game though. We had a lot of cheap wins. We had 2 massive hands from Sugawara. I think it was the dealer Hanuman, and then another Mangan later on.
Yeah, and I feel like that's really the story of the game is Arae with the early Riichis in the first, 4 hands of the game, and Sugawara picking her time to fight. She had one direct battle with Arae, and she won. He got the Mangan directly from Arae. That actually made things really close at the end. And then, of course, Mitsui with that huge Hanuman. Matsuda was forced to take a fight as dealer, and in the end, Mitsui got the better of that battle, but definitely was the correct decision at every point in the game for which thoughts were to be taken. And I guess the advantage this game ended up going to Arae, who got most of her hands by Atsumo, actually. She just had the ability to draw it herself.
Yeah, the gap's gone a little bit wider, but I still can't wait to see what you 2 have to say and how this develops. So yeah, I'm going to leave you to it, and I hope it's as exciting as the last game.
I mean, we can only pray. Thanks so much, Chiral. Oh my goodness. So excited. We just got to get into it. I think we've said what we've said. I'm so ready. So ready.
And actually, kind of important, the players that were selected for game number 2 in the East seat.
Yep.
For
Hiroe, Sugawara.
Naturally playing again after a strong first game, earned second place there.
Yep.
We'll be given the opportunity to take one more shot at those individual playoffs for Team RonRon. In the South seat, Yuri, Arae, unsurprisingly, will get one more chance after a brilliant first game. In the West seat will be for Team Sakae, Saeka Fujii, JPML player. In the North seat, Hinaho, Takeda for Team Hyokodo. And again, our eyes will be mostly focused on of course, the team battle standings, where Arae has a huge advantage for Team SPICA. But also on the individual players that are repeating game number 2. We'll see if they can make anything happen here.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if there's a situation where you sort of have that individual secured and you're kind of weighing that versus the team standings. I don't know if the gaps are close enough to sort of facilitate that scenario. But it's going to be another pressure point for the players for sure. This close with team scores, and again, the individual scores too. Cannot overstate that enough. There is so much to play for, and especially with like Oka bonus and everything, whoever gets first at this table it's something worth gunning for.
Sugawara is their seat. Arae here in the South seat. And they'll be starting off the game. We'll see how they match up. Interesting. In the last game, Arae had the first Riichi in the first 3 hands of the game. Now Sugawara starts first East. We'll see if she has that sort of good fortune.
We'll see. It's not the greatest opening high pie, but not the worst. You get the right couple of draws. This hand can sneak up with how quick it is. Good news for Sugawara. Arae is not really too much quicker. A bunch of junk in there. It's going to have to get rid of it. Although Fujii looking to be much quicker off the drop. But Takeda's hand, oh my goodness. Nice shape. Kind of a couple good routes to play. I believe a Dora melded in hand already. That is going to be the hand to beat, I think, from looking around the table.
Yeah, currently the West player and the North players definitely feel like they have the advantage. But Fujii in the West seat, the only player to hold a Dora currently, although it isn't quite locked away into shape, but it definitely has a path to.
Yeah, especially you have like the Itsu routes and the Manzu, so you're incentivized to keep it anyway. That's a really interesting draw for Takeda there. Has an option to play like a 6-7-8 Sanshoku. I believe she was fishing for a Honitsu route. Try and see if we draw a couple Pinzu, we can work it in, get some value through that. But especially a 6-7-8 Sanshoku with the Dora is going to be worth its weight in gold. Could even work up to a 7-8-9. 6 pins gonna force decision time. The 8-9 Penchant's not strong, but it uses Dora. Couple options, could play the West, could just throw a 6 pin there.
This makes
maybe
sense
set up some Sotogawa.
With the West pair and the 2-2-2-3-4. You can use the 2 mon as a pair as well. So you're sort of overpairing yourself if you hold the 6 pin too long. Maybe he was thinking about the chance to shift into a flush, actually.
Yeah, this 7-8 Sozu suited. It's just such a strong shape. It feels like you sacrifice a lot of efficiency, and the Pinzu doesn't look quite good enough. Especially because if you open, you're kind of just going towards Bakahon at this rate. Sugawara getting some draws to help her out. Hand speed's getting there, but so is everybody else. Nobody really speeding past, though, in Shanten. Everyone's hovering 2 or 3 Shanten right now. With not the best shapes.
Yeah, right now, Arae probably the furthest away, but a big deal will be who draws the next Dora. There are 3 people who can easily incorporate a Dora into their hand. And there are 3 door in the wall to be drawn.
Who knows? Maybe they're all around that 6-mon that's showing on the wall too. Very possible. The wall's just eating them all, trying to entice people to fish for a door that'll never come.
Ooh, huge 3-pin draw.
Ooh, 3-pin.
Decision time.
I would imagine it has to be 1-mon. Oh, 6-pin. Okay, that makes sense.
Committing says
Walking
this
into
is going to be
Itsu.
Itsu.
Yeah. You have the safer 1-mon later too. If you draw 2-mon, you have some weird like Tonki shapes
And
that are
actually,
improved by it.
this is something that I noticed from Lika as well in the WRC series yesterday. You know, when you are in a position where you need points, just force the Yaku. If you win something cheap, then that doesn't make too big of a dent.
It doesn't exactly get you anywhere.
And if you're going to aim for the big Yaku, then you might as well give yourself the best odds, assuming that you're going to get there to then win. So that's why you might as well hold a safe tile. And a safer tile than the 1-mon even, so that you give yourself the best chance of winning once you get to Tenpai, which you know you have to get to Tenpai in order to have any hope.
Yeah.
So makes perfect sense. And I will open up here a sort of speculative call for Tanya, maybe K10, not even trying to win the hand, just be Tenpai.
Maybe he sees everybody else. I mean, if she's watching Sumogiris and Tarashis, it doesn't feel like everybody's really moved too much. Like Takeda here, I believe, has only had like 1 Tarashi, if that. The other players, I think it was Fujii has like 1 Tarashi, maybe 2. So if you're keeping an eye on it, you may get the correct read that nobody's really advancing in the hand.
Okay, the 3-pin is actually super efficient.
The efficiency, yeah. Ooh, and 5-pin. So we draw to Tanya, 4-pin. Lock that in for a chi. Will be Tenpai on Tanya Nomi. But that'll be worth 3K with how the rest of the board's looking right now.
And Tenpai, now you have the choice, Pinshu weight, or do you commit to the value? And she'll take the wider weight here as dealer.
Yeah, safer to throw the 9P too. So in the case of anybody trying to Dama snipe something, the 9P much less likely to win.
I love that Sugawara sort of announces her Riichi before actually saying anything out loud by grasping the tile, moving it all the way to the right side of the hand and flipping it upside down. And you know the Riichi's coming.
Yeah, if it's sideways there, you're like, okay, what are we doing now? What's the response? And it feels like with everybody else, nobody's got a reason to fight enough. Feels like Arae is, or no, that's not Arae, excuse me. Fujii is really trying to argue a reason to like Mawashi or play for K10, but I don't think she's going to find it. She has so many scary things that need to get pushed. Even Arae here, I don't believe likes the 1-so. Oh no, 1-so came out, so we'll be able to play that.
Takeda making the move to the flush.
Takeda check 7. It's good. Has to play the 3 though, and again, not the best looking at the board. Still getting played. They're playing really aggressive for the K10. This is not something I've seen so far in this cup.
Yeah,
maybe they just have the value read.
And with 2 Dora, the West Blue check that can be called and will be called. The 3-so will come out, and 5-pin Tenpai for Honitsu only. Just 2 Han flush. 2 players waiting on the 5-pin now. But Sugawara also gets the 2-pin.
4-so, 3-so safe. Pawn something for Tenpai. Unlikely, but it's a K10 play. Are we going to play 6-mon? We're checking the board.
For K10, is it worth it? It's half Suji. If it deals into a door shape, then it's only the 5-7 Kanchan that it would deal into, but it's too much.
Yeah. It's just so scary. 1 more, 2 more draws. Why it's not going to do it. What about this? East is going to be super safe.
So also will pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so tempting for Takeda without another draw to try to maintain the Tenpai, but could not push the 6-mon and gets to see that the 6-mon would have passed. But it's only a loss of 1,000 points. Sugawara will jump into the lead. This is exactly how game number 1 started for Arae. And then she won a Mangan Sumo. So let's see if Sugawara can do the same here. Mirror the
Those little
games.
small points.
There's
yeah.
one lucky seat.
I always wonder how situations like that, especially when you have multiple players playing back to back, if that's like part of the thought process, like even just that little bit more mental energy of this happened game one and it's in the back of your mind for game two, if that like affects your play just enough in just the right scenario to where it causes you to like drop a tile or not drop a tile where you normally would. Oh,
Yeah, I
great
don't know
fill-in
how
too
much
for
the players
Takeda.
think about that. It's always
Yeah.
I wish we could get into the heads of the players.
Mm-hmm. Really pick their brains on each individual play going into each round.
5-so door picked
Five.
up by
Everyone's
Fujii.
shaping up a lot. Oh my goodness. I think Takeda's got this hand speed wise. The floating Dora 5-so is a little bit awkward, but so much going for it. I mean, even with Sugawara with the Haku pair, the whites, like Takeda's hand is just so fast.
These have been excellent draws as compared to the last hand.
Oh,
5-so pair.
Dora
Oh my
pair.
goodness. I think you're right about
I was gonna say
Takeda.
might even keep 8-pin too and fish for like a Tateniu, drop 1-1, call aggressive for 3-han guaranteed.
They come in
Oh
fast
my
and
god,
furious.
great. Yeah, everyone, this is the opposite of last round where everybody was drawing dead. Everybody is hitting right now.
4-so is interesting. It gives us
4-so.
Pinfu outs, and I think we're willing to sacrifice a Dora for Pinfu.
Yeah. I mean, it's trade 1-for-1, right? You're not expecting anybody to drop the Dora and it's low sumo odds, so
Here's
probably even higher win rate.
an alternate thought, though. If you draw 3-so, technically you're Tempai for Riichi Pinfu Dora, but you could cut away 1-mon and play for the maximum value. So I'm very curious to see what Takeda will do given this current score situation. I feel like team standings wise, it might be to your benefit to try to high roll the use of both Dora.
That does make a lot of sense. We are going to see Arae call to take those 2 mons, building up what looks like a Tateniu hand. Sugawara is going to pass on the south, but I'd imagine for this Haku about to come out, that will not be passed as easily.
Certainly the south that reveals that you need something else in that hand, whereas the Haku just gets your
Exactly.
Haku immediately.
Solves the issue for the rest of the table. Yep, and snap called. Pawn hits, we'll drop 6-so from hand. Now if the other south comes out, we can call that for Tempai, maybe even Shabo on it.
Yeah.
Oop. Yep. Fujii's fighting Tempai, 3-so, 8-so. I believe no Dora in that hand though, so just Tateniu Nomi plus these
there's
sticks in the
one
middle.
5-so.
Oh, there was a 5-so.
But that brings up an interesting question. If she draws another Dora or she draws the 4-so, will she con the 6-so and swap to the either 4-so weight or 2 5-so weight? I think she would. Oh no, this is
really
Arae, who already has a huge advantage, so maybe not.
Arae's like, I just kind of want the win. Let's keep Sugawara down.
Well, I guess we'll
Let's,
find out.
Could
just
cut
the 3-so.
That's true.
Con, she's bringing it to the right.
Con it. We're going
Screenshot
crazy.
chance.
I think, is that a Manzu? 4-mon out.
I love the
I think that's a
Mopai.
Manzu in the wall. Oh, 6-pin. 7-pin. I mean, you always got to chase it a little bit, right? Feel it out. It's one of those where you miss it and you're like, but especially you don't want to not do it the time it hits, right?
Oh,
okay. 6-7. And we're gonna take our 1-4-7 pin. Tempai, very, very strong.
Con not adding any extra value to Sugawara's hand.
Really, to anybody's hand. I don't think anybody has a 7-pin yet.
I mean, that bodes well for both Takeda and Sugawara, should they win on it.
I believe head bump is on too, correct? Yes. So
Takeda beats it.
It will be Takeda, yeah.
Oh, she just draws it though. And now Riichi cutting the Dora, not against the 2 open hands.
Yeah, against 2 open and stuff. I think the 1-mon is Shonpai right now too, so I think it looks pretty strong. Oh, but the 1-pin's gonna get drawn, so you ended up tipping the dealer. But cheap hand for the dealer.
Yep. It is Haku only, so 500 all plus the Honba plus the Riichi sticks as well.
Yep.
The singular
so picking
Riichi
up
stick.
scraps.
So not quite the 4,000 all that Arae got in game 1, but we are matching the script to some degree. Yu Kyoku with dealer the only player Tempai, followed by a dealer win. And now we have East 1 repeat 2.
Oh, pair of East to start too. That'll help you. Ooh, pair of 2-pin too. All of a sudden, we got 3 pairs.
This is
Although,
workable
yeah, we'll just
for
put the
another
4 to
repeat.
it.
Singular
Yeah,
door
this
in
feels
hand.
like Homba maxing. That is true. It's always such an awkward spot as dealer because off dealer that Dora lives and dies in your hand like 90% of the time,
Yeah.
right? But as dealer, when you want to prioritize that efficiency, it's how long do I really want to play this? Especially like I gotta know what's going on with everybody else's hand.
As expected, the
So
East
I might
comes out
want
and instantly called.
Chuhan locked and loaded. Can't pass that up.
And there's the chance
Or
that she
off one,
gets
that
to,
won't do it.
draw another Dora, instant Mangan.
Well, am I going to get thrown there? Not worth the efficiency sacrifice to play for like an off Itsu for I believe that was Takeda. Only one other Dora on the board right now. That's an interesting draw. He's going to opt to play 5-pin. I believe that's the most efficient.
It is Ishantem.
Yeah.
It's an awkward one, though, with
Decision
a couple
time.
pairs and a penchant.
How do you feel about cutting Kanchan 6-8 or 2-pin here? Okay, we
Yeah.
are going to choose Kanchan 6-8. We're overblocked if we cut the Dora, so I don't think that's the answer. And you could just play like overblocked Ryankon too.
I don't mind calling Pon, so I'm not feeling the need.
Yeah, the 2-pin feels good, right?
Yeah, to cut the 2-pin.
I'm almost wondering if you throw 6-pin back, maybe even as well.
Yeah, definitely something I was considering there, but
yeah, Sugawara is just going to decide to cut the 6-8s Kanchan, which it happens to work great. 1-7 already in hand, 7 so very usable to the others. Decision time for Takeda. What shape do we cut? I think it's either going to be the 1-pins or the 9-8s, and we're going to choose the 1-pins.
yeah, she set up this kind of interesting Suji trap on the 8-pin. However, the 1-pin is already once cut, so the other side of the Shampoo weight is not so good. We'll cut the penchant as a result.
So Arae trying to knock on Tempai, not quite there. Much of the same from Fujii.
Oof.
Fujii wants to fight. Decision time. Takeda's keeping the green for now. Question is, who's going to be the first one to pair it up? 3 players, just one.
Yeah, this is becoming the focal point of this round, is really what happens to the Dora, as often happens with the Dragon Dora. If Takeda draws the 7-mon, I feel like you just have to declare the Riichi. Cutting the Dora.
6, that's... Oh!
You can
7-mon.
play for Tanyao, cutting the Dora again. You could also just say, I'm headless and want to use the Hatsu as my pair. What do you think? 5-so, 2-so, Hatsu?
Kinda like 5-so here. 2-so makes sense, though. You get like a weird Ipeka shape. And you can drop like 7-mon for that. It's probably more efficient. But I kind of want safety, and I think I greed for Dora if I'm not dropping it there. And if it's living or dying in my hand, 2 and 5-so are gone anyway, so...
Holding the 5-so is a little bit less... has a smaller probability of drawing the 5-so straight into Tempa, but you kind of don't want that. You want the Green Dragon anyway.
Yeah.
And it gives your future, when you do have to cut away from the Green Dragon, it gives your future value better prospects. You can maybe get the Ipeko, as you mentioned, so it makes some sense.
Ishanten there, 2 for Fujii. Looking for a Pinfu. We'll cut north for Tempai. A little bit of an upgrade.
By the way,
Sugawara.
With... Oh, there it is.
Okay. Yep, and slam Riichi on 4-7 pin. Have to.
I was going to say...
I think it is...
The more Tadashi that Sugawara makes... Hang on a second. Tempai here.
Yeah, could be a counter Riichi. Are we going to take it? 5-8. Riichi no mi. against the monster. Can we do it? 8 so not going to fit in the hand. Green is scary. It's safe, but man, I would not want to be the person to verify that.
And Sugawara is in such a rough spot here.
Mm-hmm.
2 calls open. And I was thinking players will suspect like they can't drop the Dora anymore because dealer 2 calls open could be waiting for the Dora.
I mean, 2 Riichis too. So it's 3 hands that can all use the Dora.
Yeah, and then as we noted, and I did get the Green Dragon pair. She didn't have to worry about it anymore. Fujii just taking the battle, doesn't have any Dora. Says, I don't care what you are doing. I need to win this hand. Have a good wait.
Yep. Oh, and Sugawara is pushed out a little bit. Doesn't like everything that has to pass as Arae sumos. Riichi sumo Dora 2.
That'll be a
Nowhere
Mangan.
on top of it. Mangan despiteless. 22-42 is what's going on.
Shades of game 1 once again. This time it wasn't a direct deal, but Arae with the big sumo on Sugawara's dealership will send things forward again. Decent lead, and Team SPICA looking really strong here in East 2.
Yep.
Also, individually speaking, that's really promising for Arae's chances at getting one of those individual spots.
Yeah, if she can hit another big dealer hand here and kind of just coast along, maybe pick up one more hand in South, that would be enough, I believe. I'd definitely be knocking on the door. Dealer high pie is not the best, but it's definitely not the worst.
Yeah, I
A
feel
little
like
awkward on the pair situation.
4
but
pairs is like 1 pair too many.
good intership. Yeah.
But I would honestly be a little sad to draw the 5th pair and have to work towards a Chitoi.
I would think with the shape on that hand, you're kind of never going that way. You're always looking for just a standard hand to build in.
Looking for, but if you draw something like a 7 so.
Yeah, it's true. Can't really hard to work into the rest of your hands.
Even Dora pair, that could be problematic. So with an average hand, not too, it's got decent shapes, but it's not too fancy. No Dora. Yeah. But I will commit to the regular hand here, playing for the maximum normal hand efficiency.
Ooh, 7-mon, great pickup. Ishan now for Fujii.
Fujii doing really well here. Also, Takeda
yeah, looking at Riichi with the Chun too. Oh yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if the second Chun comes out, what the play is going to be from Fujii. Because I also do not believe there's a backup route other than Shabo for this hand. Yep, it would be 9 so Chun. You'd have to go back a Shanten. Which if the second Chun gets dropped here, we might.
I want to see it. I want to see what her decision is, because you could pass the Chun and play for the acceptance around your floating 3 so. That could even give Ipeko Pinfu as well.
Okay, with the 5, we have a little bit more options. Now, if it gets a little awkward, we can draw around the 5-pin, cut Chun.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Like, if she was committed to the Pinfu route, I'm sure she would have cut the Chun right there and held 2 good floaters to attach to. So
I mean, with only 1 gone, like it's a good weight. It's about what happens when you see the 4th out and it's nothing in your hand. Oh well, if you draw the 6-pin like that, then yeah, Chun, that's coming out. Don't need that.
Dealer,
Takeda's got that safe.
Drew the Dora, drew the 7-pin. We'll see her hand in a moment. Could not use it because she cut away from her pair already and throws it out instead.
Too many out. Needs that Ishanten. I mean, as dealer, again, you're playing Hombo, right? So you're taking that max win rate shape.
In that stage of the game now where there aren't really that many draws that will improve players' hands. Most of them are in Ishanten.
Yep.
And so, waiting and watching.
Yeah, Sugawara is really the only one who's really struggling right now. Sugawara's hand is just kind of looking for a reason to fold. She needs to hit like 3 perfect draws right now.
Oh, that's one.
The second I say it, yeah, that's one. Still a bit of a journey, but outs now.
It does not take the maximum efficiency there. We'll hold the safe west.
Yeah, this late, people are making some stronger inside cuts. It feels like the right decision, and we can see definitely so. Perfect draw number 2. Hold on.
At this rate, we might be waiting. Oh wait, the west is is actually completely
the
dead
West is
and
pretty
pretty dead,
dead.
so
Yeah.
that wouldn't be so good.
Not on the West, but I mean, hey, Sugawara might be the first to Tenpai still, which
Yeah,
is not something I would have expected.
likely to be a pair weight.
Hmm. Some interesting decisions if like 5-pin is drawn. You can cut like one of the two so's, use that as your pair.
Yeah, of
Keep it
course,
for efficiency, try and pair up something else.
it's widest to just cut the West, as always, but... Oh, there's the Dora. So the West will come out,
Nope.
take maximum efficiency.
Yeah, the only problem is with that 9, so you can't go open Tanyo. It's going to have to draw naturally or take a K-10 call.
Takeda has such great shapes. It's kind of amazing she hasn't been able to improve. And there's Tenpai Pinfu, Riichi Mahjong
Tenpai, whew. 5-8 pin, terrible weight with what we've seen on the board. I believe there's 1-8, 2 5s being held right now. 1-8 on the board, 2 5s in hands. So actually,
all the fives in
okay,
hand.
all 5s.
Such a
So yes, much worse. But 3 8s, not the worst, room. Players can't really use it well.
Dealer does not want to drop directly, although for an eye in terms of team standings, if Team RonRon gets first place, it won't be the biggest loss. I mean, certainly it will be a loss, but you could do worse.
Yeah.
Tenpai.
Tenpai, are we going to take it? Yep, Riichi for 7-pin, an even worse weight if I'm unmistaken. I think there's 2 4s and all 7s held? Something like that.
Takeda just
Or
has to
no,
get
there's
out.
1 4, 1 7 on the board, and yeah, 2 there. And another 7 there. I think we're looking at 1 4, maybe 1 7.
Low odds for both of these hands, but tiles are live, and 9-pin, that's a right suit, wrong tile.
Scary, but getting there. Getting close to Tenpai. Arae, do we want to get a little breezy? Do we want to check something?
Not really, I don't think.
Yeah, it's so tough, and you have to check 2 scary things and hit like a miracle draw to Tenpai. You only have 1 more go around to do it as well.
1-pin?
I guess you have 2 draws, so you have a little bit more room.
Yeah, that's almost problematic. I want to have fewer draws. I want to just go to Ryukyoku, pass my dealership off without losing any points. Well, just losing 1,500. 6 is not going to do it.
Where are these Pinzu tiles?
They're deep.
They're in the wall somewhere. Maybe that
last...
6-pin's got some friends we can't see.
Yeah, one last draw for Fujii. If Arae had a save tile, she could have considered calling Chi to move the Haite away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it is! It is Haite Tsumo!
Oh, there's the 4.
Tsumo Pinfu Haite. No Ura. 1326, unless I missed something there.
Nope, don't believe there was a Dora either. So, yep, 1326. Not bad, not bad. That'll help even things up, especially making Arae pay the taller portion.
Yeah, that's important. Also, stealing away the Riichi stick from Sugawara will put Fujii into the lead. I guess she would have been in the lead by 100 points regardless, but still, lead for second place, and now the dealership once again the 7-pin Dora.
Repeat. Hey, I've seen this one before. Ooh, East pair too. Really have seen this before. Yeah, shape is, or hand's not the strongest, but it is better than a lot of high pies I've seen.
I think it's absolutely fantastic outside of the lack of Dora.
Yeah, it's a good Honba Tenpai, or a good Honba high pie for sure. It's exactly what you want to see as dealer, although some good shapes around. Yakuha is there.
Did I say lack of Dora? They're coming
Not
in now.
anymore. Oh wow, and Takeda is going to commit immediately that 5-7 Kanchan. Really wants that value. Oh my goodness.
Have you ever seen a hand come together this quickly? That's 3 consecutive perfect draws.
The 6-pin, and that's a Riichi on 5-8. So speaking of quickly, Takeda hits it all.
5 mon is
all of a sudden,
Sanchoku.
5-8. So Or is
Yeah, 5-8 mon with Sanshoku Takame.
Oof.
Ichi Pinfu Tanya Dora. It's already manga, can be more. And Fujii looks at this saying, how can I not be first to Tenpai? My draws were so good. Oh, sorry, 5-8, so you're right.
Yeah, 5-8 so. But again, 5 so. Sanshoku on it. Just like you were saying. Huge, huge hand. Upgrades the Hanemon on that.
Oh, another Dora. I mean, hooray, a Dora.
I mean, surely you have to check 8-pin and then you call East.
Yeah. Just have to
4
go
pin
for
not
it.
gonna do it.
This hand's
The
so
Suji
strong.
Dora, guys. Check it. I don't even think she wants to check it. I think she just wants the East call for Damamangan, although that 6-4-2. Dangerous. Interestingly enough, it looks like Sugawara is going to opt for almost a Chitoi Mawashi post Riichi. Once that defensive hand is going to fish for pairs to try and fight this out. 5-pin will check that. Yeah, half Suji. Still one to East on the wall. Sugawara not dropping that one yet.
A couple of brave pushes here. We'll see how many Suji that Fujii wants to try. It was safe. I haven't been keeping good count of number of weights live in the wall. That's one reduced.
Yep, one gone. She's debating on whether she wants to push it.
Oh, there's the East.
Making it, yep. Tenpai on 5 mon, doesn't like the 6 mon
Oh,
push.
but it gets
so
the
we'll
sumo. The Takamate sumo 5
the
so.
5-7 han. Do we hit the Ura?
It is.
It is. That's Baimon sumo. Oh my goodness. Reach Pinfu. Reach sumo Pinfu Tanyo. Sanshoku Dora Ura. Baimon. That is going to break this game open for Takeda.
Unbelievable.
Or I guess not really. Takeda was in the last, so kind of just swap places with everybody. But heading into your dealership, I'll tell you, that is exactly what you want. You're not upset in the slightest with that one.
Turn 3, already a Baimon. Insane. And
that fight for second is very, I mean, it was close, I guess, at game start, but now I was going to say anybody's game, but now it looks like I don't have a whole lot of confidence in Takeda getting this one out.
It's not that bad. Once she sorts the tiles around.
She's got a full row. Yeah, she's got a full row. She's got to get rid of some junk with, but I guess it depends on how fast everybody else is. Arae looking to give a run for the money.
It looked pretty decent for the Team SPICA player. Yeah, East pair up.
Oh, East pair. That'll help.
What you're hoping for.
Speed up. Still a lot of work to be done, but that'll be a bit more. Oh, and the 4-so. This has to be snap called, right? Yep. Snap called by Takeda.
Ipeko drawn from Sugawara. We'll get to see it again here. And a 6-pin, another excellent draw.
Beautiful draw. Headless right now, but tons of options to find it. AP, even Fujii is upgrading shape right now. This might be a bit of a slugfest match. It feels like everybody teeters around the same Shanten. Everyone's got the same hand state, and then all of a sudden everybody explodes in the Tenpai, and it is a brawl. Everybody is throwing punches, seeing where they land.
Those are the most exciting. I wonder if there's any world that Takeda ends up with the flush. Like, normally you never cut the 5-6 pin. But if you drew an honor pair, cut an honor, and then you drew another honor pair, like, maybe you consider it.
Yeah. I think it's definitely, like, the most likely weird hand to get, but it would take a lot of convincing, especially in the dealer seat with 2 Han already locked down. Not a fast hand in general, too.
And Sugawara is just way too fast. She's already Ishanten with 2 diamond shapes.
8-pin coming up. 8-pin pair. Fujii building up the tiles.
Yeah, we'll just preemptively cut the 5, so it has no bearing on that hand.
Says never needing this. I'm always playing this the exact same way.
Ishanten.
8-pin, Ishan, not bad.
Great tile for Fujii, and there's that honor pair up. But we have the 4-4-5 pin shape, so I was just trying to speed our way.
It's too slow. Oh, speaking of interesting draws, okay, 3-mon. Now we get weird tempais on like 1-so and redrawing that 5-so.
But yeah, it's going to be pairing up
Cheaper.
any
but-
of the two diamond shapes.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm so silly. I was getting ahead of myself. Forgot that we had 2 Ryanmans we needed.
That's not it, but it definitely feels like Sugawara is going to get there first, unless Fujii catches up. I mean, she was also Ishanten.
Mm-hmm. A little bit closer, but we like that safe tile.
Yeah, not taking the perfect Ishanten, valuing the safety.
Yeah, especially with that early 2-so by dealer, it feels like it's really good.
There's no Saranko here, right?
I wouldn't think so. Not with a 2-so already on the board. If 3 and 2 are both Shompai, I might go, you know what? Maybe there's a world. At least a quick like Tanya call out if you want it. But
Fujii does get there first. So it's a Riichi Mahjong.
it.
Can win on the door as well for some extra value. And we'll see if
Yep, we're
Sugawara
waiting on 3-6-mon.
gets to fight. Not yet, but that's not a tile to fold with either. I feel like this is a spot where Sugawara probably wants to take the challenge. Riichi, Tanya,
Yeah, and it'll be
Pifu,
interesting.
Keiko.
If a Ryanman is hit, 3-mon might be the drop. It's dangerous, but efficient. Oh, and that 5-pin might have saved her. 3-mon's in hand will reach it. 5-8-mon. All looking for the Manzu. They're all bad. 3-8s held.
Oh my goodness.
By Arae.
In that spot, you have so many different ways to get Tempai. You're just hoping that you get the one that doesn't deal it, and somehow she found it. The pair up of the 5-pin.
Oh my god. 2 Dora. And this might be a fight too. We're Dama on the 3-mon. There's one left in the wall. No, it's there. 3-mon's dead. Takeda's got the last.
I don't think there are any 6-mon left either.
No, 6-mon's dead too.
We can see 3 here, maybe 1.
2 here. There's at least 1 in I believe Sugawara's hands.
Yeah, it depends on what Takeda has, but Fujii might be drawing dead as well, which would be a huge advantage for Sugawara, who has 5-8-mon.
7-mon passes Musuji.
Okay, 1 6-mon left in the wall.
Yeah.
5-8. I think there are a couple of those left.
Yeah, I think there's 2 5s outs, and then 3 8s. I don't think the last 8 is on the board. So I think it's like 3 versus 1 tile. And Takeda is trying so hard to fight, but with that 8-9, gets scared off a little bit. Could, I think, Mawashi back into a K10, but are we going to keep our Tempai? Are we willing to throw 5-8? Are we going to check that Suji? Problem is 2-4 doesn't even look great.
Yeah, what's your fold path as well? 7-so and 6-so and 6 pins. So you have enough tiles to sort of get out. Oh, Tatsumo, the last Dora, and Fujii gets there.
Last 6.
Ura as well.
Sumo, Pinfu, Dora, Ura, Mangan.
Fujii gets hers. Had that miss earlier on, but back into a second place for Fujii. It's close again, and actually Sugawara all the way down to 4th hasn't dealt in, but has declared a couple Riichis and not gotten the win.
And just lost the head-to-head.
She'll have to do it on her dealership here. South
This is everybody just having cannons and drawing the win themselves. Everybody's had such high value this game, and it's just everybody kind of stealing points away from the others.
Challenging high pie for Sugawara might be some type of, I don't know, Chunchan? If you can draw those
maybe
connectors.
you're incentivized by that 9-pin Dora, but I think you have to play max shape here. And again, like that 2-4-6, your hand's just too slow otherwise. 1 pin's coming out. Arae looks like the fastest hand on the board, has the Chun pair to call. Some pretty good shape to go around it too. The Fujii trying to give her a run for the money. Fills in that Kanchan. Sean 10 bought. We're gonna hit the race out. Ooh, 4th pair. Okay. Arae looking to open up a brand new avenue for the hand. We got Chitoi and some normal business. Both completely legal tender on this table.
Nice 8-mon draw there for Fujii. It's a small world where she ends up with Mon Itsu.
Mm-hmm.
One of the hands that's been going a little bit more slowly. And that does give Sugawara some hope because her hand was also a little bit slow to start out. 2-mon is a fantastic build. Do you 6-pin immediately?
It's got to be 6-pin here. Well, it sets up Tsuji Tonki later, even though it's kind of fake. And you get the 1-4. I like the 1-4 headless there. Even though it's not the best. 1-mon hopefully is safe later too. It's so pair, that'll help out.
Sugawara hopes for a better future though with the 1-mon cut.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, fill in.
So it's Tempai.
Was that Tempai on Chuso?
Tempai on Chuso. Of course, if the 6-pin had been cut earlier, we'd be on 1-4 Pinshu, but that's not the strongest shape since your 1-mon has come out once already before.
Yeah.
So I will hope for... Not 4-7.
Oh, and with 4-7, I'd imagine you have to take that as dealer. Yep. Riichi for Riichi Pinfu. Putting on 4-7. So, 3 6s seen 2 for Sugawara. 1 in hand, 2 on board. So, knows the 7-so is going to be a bit of a struggle tile for people to keep.
Or
it's
easy to find
because it's in the wall. So at each Ipatsumo Pinfu,
2600 all is really big for Sugawara here. Yeah. Now she might be second here.
Maybe it's close.
She is indeed second.
Sneaks into second, and the game is evened up.
Look
again. That big hand value. Yeah, normally I feel like when you have like this very Mangan high, like 4-han plus high value game, especially in Akanashi, like 1 or 2 players are just running away with it and everybody else might be fighting. But it's just evening up. Everybody's getting their hands in sumoing. Nobody's dealing in. And so everyone's trading like sumo points back and forth. Giving a little bit here, but taking a lot later on. Oh, not a terrible high pie either. Needs a little bit of work done, but shapes are getting close to there. Oh my goodness. But Arae says, I got a pretty quick one too. Even Fuji's got a Pinfu in the works. And a double Yakuhai Honitsu route for Takeda. And I'm feeling like it's an explosive round yet again.
Takeda did have the chance to call the Hatsu, the first one that came out, and she let it go. So maybe not ready to commit to a flush yet.
Yeah, maybe chasing a bit more value. Says game's winding down. It's been kind of long. If you have a thread of time to maybe understanding a second dealership isn't on the table, so you really got to maximize every point right now. But the problem is Arae is going to call that Haku.
Yeah, I think Arae is feeling the pressure now of last. I mean, it's a temporary last. It's really close. But
in a close game like this, yeah, and especially if you let Sugawara get one more good hand, things are going to start looking a little shaky.
Oh,
that is not right? What you want.
We need the points. Yes.
I was going to say, I don't know if you do it there. I might cut like 3.
No, we need the draw
first.
We need the draw. Let's see what it is. We also want to know what the Dora is immediately, so we know how to play around it. Well, okay, White Dragon, hard to play around.
That tune's in Takeda's hand, right?
It's Takeda has the White Dragon pair, I believe, as well as the,
White Dragon was called. It's the tune in the green. So green is dead now, though.
Ooh.
So now Takeda needs the tune. That is a very interesting situation. All of a sudden,
good call out. The hand.
2 tunes left on the wall, though, I believe.
Yeah, the hand is you're referring to.
For Takeda, because again, the one green came out, the other is the indicator, so it can no longer call the green. It has to get tune or form like a Chitoi, and in order for that hand to complete, or drop Chun Chun.
And I
But
think
we're
Sugawara
already
cannot
partway through the
use the
second
red
round.
dragon with her current state. So it in the spot as dealer where you are desperate to win the hand, I feel like it could come out.
Sugawara, yeah. It's a good point. Betting on keeping this 5-pin. 2 of the 4s, but says maybe the 6 will come out. Decides, though, it's worth it to throw it. Toss it. Ishanten, playing Ryankang Kanchan. Oh, more weird pair stuff. Why don't we just get rid of 6, 7, 8? We'll throw 8 if we draw 5. We'll keep it otherwise. Let's go toy. Let's get crazy. Yeah, not quite. Throw 6, it should be the most efficient. Expecting to hit 5, 8. You can pull an 8, 9. Have a round min left over. Oh, and the 6-pin backfire hits the offhand on the 5. Just gonna opt to play the 7-pin, just commit to getting rid. Haku there does not want to get conned by Sugawara. If I had the hands correctly, and Sugawara is the one who called it.
I believe it's Arae who called it, but
oh, was it Arae? Okay, so cannot con on the white.
Oh. That is a better Ishanten. You're going to end up on a slightly difficult weight here, unless you get an improvement before hitting Tenpai.
Oh, there's that 5. I'd imagine 8-mon might be coming out, unless we think there's a Dama threat, which we don't. We're pushing it. We want stuff going on.
Is it pairs now?
That might save it. I mean, the problem is I don't think what's left in the hand is great on the board. I think 8-mon's already once or twice out. 2-mon's near Dora.
This is
One I think is at least once out.
Yeah, tough choice. Maybe you cut the 2-mon? Okay, gonna go just commit to the pairs.
2-mon's interesting.
Yeah, 2-mon hedges
But, yeah.
still the ability to call the red dragon and fight for a standard hand, but Takeda decides this hand is pairs.
We're at Tenpai now. 8, 9 pin. Yeah, and Arae, or excuse me, Fujii. Looks like she's out. Oh, and what a great hit. We're gonna Riichi on the 8 too. We want the 1-sos. Riichi Chitoi all of a sudden doesn't matter. Reliance on that Chun. Oh, yes, that's right. It was a close con of the 8. So now Sugawara is fighting.
The classic Sugawara slam. I love the aura at the table. I see a Riichi, and even without any door in my own hand.
Sugawara on 2-mon too? Sugawara is on 2-mon too.
Yeah, so Sugawara on the 2-mon Kanchan, Takeda on the 1-so.
Oh, you're right on
Tanki
the 1-so.
Weight. But Takeda drew the pair of 2-mon, so that means that the weight's really thin for Sugawara here.
I don't think there's any on the board, so still 2 in the wall. Are 1-sos Shompai? No, there's 2 ones out. 1-sos a hell weight?
Oh my goodness.
I'm in love with this. Listen, I'm not a very occultic player. Some people would already be screaming by me saying that, but I consider myself a very not that occultic player. If you ever get the chance to Tanki on 1-so, especially if it's Furry 10, it's guaranteed to hit.
All right, we'll see if that premonition comes true. 2-mon versus 1-so, 2 versus 1 in the wall, as well as numerically.
Yeah, I mean, again, if someone draws the 1-so, they'd be thinking, why are you on it? That wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, that's the weird part of Hellweights, right? It's, yeah, someone could be taking that, but also, like, it could be buried. There's 100 other things. There's 100 reasons not to take it. So sometimes you'll just go, if you got me, you got me.
Two-mon
comes out, and that's going to be run by Sugawara.
We're going to flip some Ura here. 1, 2, 2 flips.
Oh, and the last 1-so was in the wall. 2 flips. That's going to be Riichi double Ura with a Dora? Did I have that right?
Was there a door in that hand? I don't think so, but Riichi Ura 2
yes.
plus a ton of bonus fu.
Yeah.
I believe that's 96 plus the 2 sticks and the Homba.
Yeah, that would do it. That would get 11-4. So huge hand for Sugawara. Not quite broken through yet with how this game has been going, though. 1 or 2 Mangan sumos, and Sugawara eats the sumos the wrong way, and all of a sudden she's neck and neck with the other players.
And again, to the viewers, we can see the updated standings in yellow. That is, if the game were to end right now, how the standings would look. Still, Team Spica in a dominant position. However, that is mostly because Takeda dropped into last place temporarily. If Sugawara can somehow hit Arae down into 4th place, that would make a massive swing in the standings.
Yeah. And it's still a lot of damage left to go, especially for Sugawara. But like, even if Takeda can hit Arae and force Team Spica to 4th, and Takeda's team gets 1st, like they'll swap. They could easily overtake here, especially with Oka bonus and everything. If Takeda takes home a 1st.
M-League watchers, Team Beast Japan Next fans are on their feet for Sugawara to continue this dealership.
Oh my goodness, but everybody has such... I feel like Sugawara has the worst hand at the table with not even a terrible hand. Fujii's got some struggles with the shape, but Arae has those calls. This is a hand from Takeda. Pairs galore. And yeah, Sugawara, Ishanten even. Great shapes. E-pick around now.
I mean,
if I'm unmistaken.
There's 2 Dora and the Red Dragon triplet for Arae. However, the remaining shapes are not good. Penchan, Penchan, Kanchan. It could be a long time for her to find Tempai, and I'm sure she's willing to open up her hand to get there, but still, even with 2 drawing pools, a slim number of tiles to aim for.
And it looks like Shinizu might have been the play for Fujii. Fujii is just drawing nothing but Pinzu. Fully in one suit. He keeps going away from it, but she dropped the 8-mon. Maybe a little bit more accepting to try to fish for it. Although, Arae is opened up. Gonna call the 2-mon Pon, Ishanten.
8-so discard.
Shapes.
Yeah, 8-so discard. There's signals that she's not willing to sacrifice a door in this position. She's not going to open up for 2-han. It's going to be 3-han or I guess the full 4 if she can find the 3rd door rather.
Oh yeah, it does the same thing with the 4-so as well. Says don't even need it. Oh my goodness. That was a little awkward with that 8-pin in the pawn.
Yeah, give us that 8-pin back.
Check your Shinizu weights. How furry 10 are we on the 8?
And notably,
looks safer to the board.
Oh my goodness, are we gonna go back?
I feel like we have to take a second and think about what your calls are to avoid furry 10. Oh, okay. Yep, we're just gonna slam.
I gotta say,
each Pinfu.
Yeah, with Takame Dora, I have to say though, with the number of pin tiles that Arae was discarding, it felt like it's not too hard to be able to call your way into a Chinitsu Tempai, but maybe the Fujii 10 worries forced Fujii to just slam the Riichi, and there's Tempai.
Oh, the E-straw. I mean, you have to check the 3 here.
No,
checks the 8-9.
Yeah, 3's not good. We'll play the safe route.
I guess 8-9's safe too. Yeah, with double 8-mon out, 9-mon should almost never deal in.
More importantly than winning that hand for Arae was not dealing in and falling to 4th, so critical spot. I mean, there's a ton of food in that hand as well. But the weight's not good.
8-mon. What's our play? We could throw 9-mon here, but the problem is all the 8-mon are dead. We're looking for 5-mon to fill in that like 6, 6, 7, 7. We're feeling brave. We could check 6-pin.
Tough spot here. I'm not surprised that we're going to take a little bit of time to think about this.
Yeah.
We'll play the 7. Okay, still aiming for the Shaba weight.
8, that's an upgrade kind of. The problem is Sozu are so bad.
You can't really drop.
Even 3, 4 months, not great.
Oh my goodness.
We'll check 5 though. We're going.
Yeah, the 5 passes. The question is, does the 3? And maybe since she can see 3 of the 5, so she has a little more confidence that the 3-so will clear.
And
if
Arae gets Tempai on the 2-pin too. 1 more left in the wall.
Can certainly wait and see what happens. Maybe another 5-so comes out, and then you get the full Kabe. Might feel more confident.
Drop the 9. We found a little bit of an interesting route. We can drop the 9, drop the 6-mon for the Tempai. Not quite Nakasuji. Oh, and the last 2-pin found by Arae.
Unbelievable. Okay, quick check the foo there. 16 plus 2 plus 2.
Yep. So what is that? 9 or 64?
Yes.
Right? Yes. With Homba adds up to, I guess, 28-15 from the players, or 15-28. I would never know what to give out there. That was
2 plus 2.
That would
Oh, it
give
was
me
an
the
open
brain
hand. It was an
scrambler.
open hand, so just 40 foo.
Yeah. Oh, you're right.
The Yakai door too.
Not quite. But yeah, still valuable. Super duper valuable. And now Arae in the running for the first. And again, that individual standing, she's chasing it.
And you know, I think
Good shape.
picking up 5200 is really big for Arae here. Jumping back into second place, you look at the yellow bars now, in comfortable position for Team SPICA. And remember, Arae was also angling for those individual standings as well. Had an excellent game 1, and in position to maybe steal away game number 2 with a beautiful high here.
Yeah, good reach pin Fudora here. And I mean, with how everybody else has been hitting, Uras and Sumos have been galore. This could really easily be a Mangan. And I feel like a dealer Mangan Sumo here kind of breaks the game wide open.
Oh, second Dora. That's interesting. I think we found our pair.
You think so? I mean, it's like your strongest, or one of your stronger shapes is the problem. You have to back up on, I think, a Kanchan or a Penchan to play both Dora, which, again, if you're going for safety, then just not giving Dora is the way to go. Oh, and you have the 6-mon for like a weird Tanya shift. But you can also play it on that 4-mon. You need a 5 to do it, but it's playable.
Fujii also with Tanya type piles. Now Sugawara drawing the 8, so sort of helps.
Kind of. I mean, the problem is our Yaku eyes aren't too great, so we're not really thinking of a one need to. Oh, the 9 comes. We have options now.
Feels like 2 so pon, 3-mon pon will happen. I think dealer 58 is good enough to call the 2 so pon. If you draw into the pinfu, will you cut?
High for Takeda. I think you'd have to 1 for 1 on a strong shape for reach Tanya up in Fudora. It's 4 Han guaranteed.
Yeah, that's already a Mangan, so willing to sacrifice the Dora I am.
Unless you have like a big threat on the board, and 3 months really scary for you, which, you know, the later we get, the more realistic that is. But without danger, I think you just abandon it.
Sugawara maintains this Ishan 10. Fujii made 1 so cut last to get the Tanya and draws the beautiful Senpin for the Pinfu as well. Riichi Tanya
Pinfu Dora. Magan locked and loaded. Oh, and we got a Sean 10. Takeda has to check that terrible 3-6. It won't deal in, but man, does it feel bad. Even the other side that you have to cut, that lower Pinzu, does not feel great. We'll check the lower Pinzu. We'll throw 3-pin, hedge some bets. Go Ishan 10. South Shonpai. Is Arae gonna play it? Or excuse me, Fujii.
Sugawara here.
Or no, that is Arae. Or Sugawara. I'm bugging.
Not dropping it out. And there's the Hatsu as well. Another child Takeda needs, and no pull. No call.
Not gonna get called.
Okay, pair of safe tiles. Work around this.
I mean, I guess maybe saying 3, maybe thinking 3-6 mon's really bad. So she says I have to extend it anyway. So I'll just drop the greens and I can always play the souths.
Yeah, I was thinking she might even cut that Hatsu or non-pair ahead of the 3-pin, but all right, 4-mon.
Oh, and the 4-mon's going to come out to lock in that pair, and that's going to deal in Reach Pin Futanya, Dora, Ura 2.
Ura as well.
Ura TOO. Yes, Ura as well. So just the Mangan. Did not get the Hanuman, but ooh.
That's hitting the leader, though, the point leader.
Yep. That'll shake up the table. Not quite in 4th yet, but all we need is 1 Takeda Sumo. And with how this game's going, it feels like Takeda's due.
And I really aiming there for the points. Her team is in comfortable position. team-wise. So individually speaking, believing that that was a golden opportunity for her to win. And did find the Mangan Dylan. So now Fujii, can she take over first place? Right now, her team is in second, according to the live standings.
Yeah.
This dealership is a great opportunity for that.
Yeah, big hand here. Again, the swing. Especially if you can direct on Arae, hit your direct competition. Worth its weight in gold.
9 Sodor, none in hand for Sugawara. And I now also the 1 So pair, but not Dora pair. Slightly weak hand here. Fujii doing okay as the dealer. Nice Diankan. 5-7-9 So. Okay, holding a singleton of the Dora, but slow. So one of those hands that's going to be pretty slow building unless Sugawara finds the Chitoi.
Yeah, and that's the 5th pair. I'd imagine you have to cut 4 So here, and that's your hedge. You set up like a Shabo Tonki trap on the 1. Oh.
Yeah, I think
basically
any cut is good there.
Yeah, it is really interesting. You have like double Suji trap on the 4. You can play the 7.
I think she's trying not to commit too hard to the Chitoi, but...
So I guess the 5 acceptance is pretty good. Oh, now we get a 6. Shake things up. I'd imagine 4 So has to be the play here, right? Yeah. Now even has like a weird toy route that's playable.
I'm certain,
in quotation marks.
Right. I'm certain we don't call open for toy anytime soon. However, if we draw another triplet...
You get 1 Anko. Yeah. Gets late. You have good stuff left over. You might take it. Get Kanchan filling for Takeda.
Chitoi Tempai. Dama. She's going to look for a good weight.
Yeah.
Or Dora. Yep. Dora is also, well, I wouldn't call it a good weight, but it is an evaluate.
Can even hit an Anko for like a Deech Ipeko.
That's very true as well.
A lot of just so many options on that hand. Could have even thrown 5-pin, trying to keep the 6 for like a weird Sananko shift.
All right, what's the draw? Do we get an upgrade? 9-pin. It's a terminal.
It's not terrible. Yep, and we're gonna take it.
Says that's
Although
good enough.
making Pinzu go up does not make the 9-pin look the best, but
yeah, she can see 3 of the 7 pins though, and that makes the 9-pin hard for players who are trying to fight to use.
Yeah, even if you can get that tile sticky from another player, it'll be worth it. I don't think anybody else has 9 pins right now, too. So 3 in the wall still.
Let's see. Riichi Chitoi would be 64. If you can get a couple Ura for Hanuman, that would be huge.
Dora's been checked out. Hand's a little bit cheaper. All of a sudden, we might decide pushing's a little bit more worth it.
Fujii has...
No 9's out.
Yeah, she's decided that this is her hand to fight for. It's my dealership.
Yep. I mean, if you're going to make it, this is the make or break. Oh, but the 9 comes.
Ura?
Ichisumo Chitoi.
Does not hit.
No,
Ichisumo Chitoi, however, very strong. 6400 will pad the lead, especially because Fujii takes the Oyakabudi,
32,
the dealer penalty. You can see 32 coming out instead of 1600, and that will widen the gap to over 12,000 points. So Sugawara in very strong position to take over first place here. And now, importantly, what's going to happen in Takeda's last dealership? She's in 4th. Wants to make something happen. Her last attempt.
Yep, this is the all last hand of all last. This is make or break. This is really everything on the line.
Yeah, when you
going into this last game with these spreads, it's not going to be enough time to make it work.
When you consider that this may be your last game in the Yukon Fuji, or rather the Sankei Shimbun Cup, new name.
Yeah, that's Sankei Shimbun. This is it. All the marbles and then some. And I mean, this hand's not terrible. I would not be surprised to see a Honba come as the result of this round.
Awkward tiles here for Arae will just cut away from the East pair. It's not doing enough in this hand. Fujii now collecting
Tell me what.
dragons. You never know.
I'm just not gonna say it anymore. Anytime I see hands like that, once we get like an Anko in 2 pairs, I'll mention it. But I've fallen for this trap too much. I am really interested that that's that's Arae there decided to cut the East pair right away. Didn't even want it as part of the hand. Oh, and we're getting close to the Senpai as Takeda in the pilot seat. This I can already tell this is going to be a hand that just gets explosive. Everyone's going to be playing around, dancing around, getting their shanten increased, and then everybody all at once is just going to get shanten or better.
Takeda doing quite well. 2-so 1-so from Fujii will indicate a shift into or a long-standing commitment to these dragons.
Yeah,
I'm not going to play for the 3-so draw. And another 2-so out it goes instantly. We're looking for the red dragon.
Don't need it. Yeah. That's the make or break. We have decisions now for Takeda. I'd imagine 8-mon comes out. We are going to play it that way.
By holding the red dragon, Takeda is giving Fujii time to draw it herself.
Yep, that would be nice. I mean, I always say if you're going to get Daisangen, you have to have 1 go, 1 chance. So you have to have 1 drop on the table, Anko 1, and call the 3rd.
Beautiful
And
Ishanten
that's
now.
pretty much the only way. Oof, yeah, so good. That'll Dealer Riichi will shut down this Shosangen, Daisangen type attempt. It's great shape. I mean, even just Riichi double Yakuai, this is going to be Tenpai. Are we brave enough to take it on the hell weight 8?
No, there's no way we can take this, right?
Tough.
Yeah, 7 pin makes so much sense here. We want to end up on the Samenchan. We don't want to give up our Dora. It's just too much to sacrifice here for the Tenpai.
Especially for 1 tile out. If you have if you don't see any 8 pins and you see a 7, it's like maybe there's 3 left. There's only 1 7 to play around it, but well, there's the Anko. We can hedge our bets with 4 pin. We can play 3-mon. 4 pins the way.
Oh, there it is. That's the tile we were looking for.
Yeah, we'll just slam Riichi on the Samenchan. Reach pin Fudora. 147. Oh, hey, there's the deal in tile. Sugawara, not much reason to push at the moment, though.
Fujii it's in that waiting game. Do I push? Do I not? 3-mon at least clears, so Fujii does have 1 tile to get through.
Yeah, tiles aren't warranting it just yet. 7-so's a bit scarier. We may opt to do the Chun now. Yep, Fujii is going to commit to that. Was really weighing her options of what's more worth it here, this really outside attempt and finishing it, or just taking that extra bit of safety, dropping the Chun, not having to check the 7 immediately. On Tenpai, I think it comes for sure, but
yeah, the decision was really between the 3-mon and the Chun, and here, this is Tenpai waiting on the Dora.
On the Dora.
Riichi, it is a Mangan. Hyutsumo, it is not enough to overtake, even with the Riichi stick from Takeda. It's not enough to overtake first place.
Yeah, you could try and snipe Arae, but yeah, doesn't even want it. Aiming for something sneaky, maybe on that 1. Could even wait towards something else. That 1-mon's going to deal in, though. Needs to be careful with it.
Yeah, if Sugawara was in striker range, we might have seen the Riichi. It's oh, the Chun. It's unfortunate.
The 2 others would have died. The 2 others would have died before.
Yeah.
So it would have been Shosangen. So a great Tenpai also would have dealt it on the 1-mon.
Right. But in the moment you see that, you're like, man,
door pair.
I could have had it.
The
Shosangen at least.
Yeah, green's coming out. That con not looking too good.
We're not that excited. Now, if we had Riichi to absolutely con, try to flip yourself on him on chance. And now 3 Dora.
3 Dora back to back.
There's no way we can fight, though.
Our hand is in such a sad state. Yeah, and just even continuing the fold out. This might do it. Oh, and the tank too. We're thinking about it, and yep, just decides to go back. Is not worth checking that one mon. A great read. Sees it as a super likely way. Desirable tiles needed, especially to play the Dora. Does not deal in. It's looking to go to K10 unless Takeda can hit.
And Ryukyoku
Decent amount of tiles left.
is theoretically possible, but 147 is so wide. You really, oh well, there's another one. But still, there's got to be some tiles in the wall.
And I think there's only 2 of each right now. There's the indicators out. There's 1-1-1-7. 4. I think there's only 1 left.
6 months, so close. Has drawn everything except for the winning line. The 5-2-5-8 Suji, the 3-6-9 Suji have cleared. 147 hasn't been drawn.
Oh, there's, I think, our last 7. I think there's maybe 1-1 left. Maybe 1-4. Might be just 1-1-1.
Takeda will get one more draw, though.
It's true. Anything can happen. I mean, everybody else has gone out, too. We've gotten our Homba. It may not be a win, but
It does miss the
Homba's
Salmon
Homba.
Charm.
Gives
Does
us another
not hit.
chance. Yep, and we'll collect our 3K. Definitely pity as opposed to what we could have won, but
Fujii considers that. So, you know what? I would have dealt in there. I guess that's fine. I guess it's fine that I did not.
it says, oh,
fight.
good thing I didn't draw that tune earlier. Much better.
Okay, now the situation changes slightly. There's one Riichi stick in the middle and a Homba. Fujii can consider her gap to Sugawara closed slightly. The gap now 12-5, but if you consider the Riichi stick and the Homba, Atsumo allows it to be just 11-1. So even with one more Riichi stick, we'll still be short of the Mangan Sumo to overtake.
Yeah. And I'd imagine 789 Sanshoku. I was going to say maybe with a Junshan off play might be the move for Takeda here, but doesn't like it.
Oh, that's
Sugawara with an interesting hand. Ooh. It's double pairs, but not much else to play off of them. Especially with the East not being Yakuai.
Or 5 so would be a welcome addition to Takeda's hand. Right now, best bet is 789 Sanchoku. Might even open up for it here. Sugawara with Collection of Dragons. Any win will be good for her here. Arae has an excellent set of tiles. Probably the player in the lead in terms of proximity to a winning hand. That's a pair, so Sanchoku calls unlocked.
Yep, we have that extra route. It's cheap, but again, Homba's Homba. It's been the name of the game. Dealer threat is scary.
And I was holding on to the thought of a Sanchoku, but does cut away from the one so as it is much more efficient to play for the 5-pin acceptance. And this is a really tough spot. We're going to look at Takeda's hand in a second here. She did draw the 7 so, and now,
Okay.
oh my goodness, it's efficient to cut the 2 so,
Awkwardness
but then you lose your Sanchoku. Well, you don't lose your
for the
Sanchoku, but
value.
you lose your instant Sanchoku Tenpai with a good weight.
Yeah, unless you're brave enough to cut like 3-4 mon.
She just played for Pinfu. The 9-pin is coming out.
Yep. Just plays the efficiency for the reach Pinfu. Maybe a Dora.
And Arae, we're going to look at her hand in a second here. What do you do if you draw Tenpai? Like, if you draw 3-6-9, so do you take the 5-pin Kanchan? Do you take the 3-pin 1-mon Shabo? Neither weight is good. There's just Riichi Dora. But, you need to win the hand.
Yeah, I might Dama. I might even chase more value if I'm Arae. Maybe not kill my Tenpai just because like securing a little sneaky sumo might be good.
After the
But
yeah, after the Ryukyoku for the previous round, like the scores are really close. She could drop into 4th again.
Exactly, and you want to avoid that even as much as you really want to have like a stronger finish for the individuals. Right now you're locked to 2nd, so you're not hitting the Oka and everything else. Now we have a Nobutan shape. Some more upgrades for Tenpai. Some decisions. Sugawara, a lot of options. Could opt to even play some really far off Honitsu in the Manzu, but just decides play efficient, drop the Haku.
Yeah, Sugawara has been playing this
Keep
hand
the green.
really deliberately, trying to
Yeah.
balance winning the hand with her good shapes, with her triplet, along with the defensive aspect. Because she doesn't actually need to do anything. She can just sit and let Arae or Fujii win the hand, and Sugawara will finish in first.
Oh, 8-pin, good hit. Ishanten, though. Really hoping to get a pair. Wait on specifically a pair in the 6 or the 8 mon. Was that Fujii there, or was that
Tenpai.
somebody else? Oh, Tenpai. Oh, now has the 3-sided.
Yeah, it's 2d10 on the 3-sided half, so
Oh,
should
yeah.
go for the
right.
Pinfu. This also waits on Dora. Now, last time she declared a Riichi, it went to Ryukyoku. So maybe even thought about Dama there just to collect the points and get out of blast.
Win rate, yep.
But I think it's better just to slam the Riichi here.
Yeah, if everyone's going to play defensive anyway.
Tough choice now for Sugawara, who had a really nice Ishanten, but now 3-mon.
Oh, just going to slam it. 7-pin, that'll work in. 1-1, Ishanten. We might be seeing Arae fight here. Each pin Futanya with a Dora would work it. As Fujii backs away, scared off.
I see 3 4-mons from Sugawara's perspective, so 3-mon, a bit of a jam, but it is one chance.
Oh, and that's Tenpai. Are we going to fight? Yep, on the 369, you would have to. It's going to be each Pinfu Dora, possible Tanyao, the 3 or the 6.
This is a huge moment in the game. Arae trying to defend her 3rd place, but if she deals into Takeda instead,
that'll cement it. That'll shake up table standings completely. All of a sudden, it's looking a bit more doable. Oh my goodness! And even Fujii trying to back up a little bit, trying to get convinced to fight again. Not quite there.
Takeda on 2-5 so. Arae on 3-6-9 so. Mon will clear every single one of these.
Those are good in the wall right now. Oh, the 5-pin.
Yeah, Fujii cannot play this hand. 5 so Tsumo! Big!
Oh!
Takame Tsumo!
Each Pinfu Sumo Dora. That's gonna be.
It's a manga.
4-41.
And suddenly.
Oh, that is so big.
Yeah, Takeda's right back in the conversation for first even. And Arae.
Oh my goodness.
Had the strong 3-6-9 so wait could not hit before Takeda found the Tsumo. And that will drop the SPICA player into last. Suddenly, the rest of the table has some bit of hope that there could be a team comeback.
God, even on Mangan Direct here to Arae, I think Takeda passes. I think Hyokodo gets ahead of SPICA on Mangan Direct. It's so close, but with the Oka bonus. If you don't pass, you're at least knocking on it. Oh my goodness, but Sugawara's hands. Look at that. Yakuhai to boot. Have one Kanchan, but the rest of your hand just beautiful, melded in.
7-mon would be a beautiful draw for Sugawara. Dora for Takeda. Actually, these shapes are quite strong as well. Maybe even some thoughts of 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku. And
this is.
Look, Takeda could hold the table hostage. The dealership doesn't end until she can't win anymore.
Yeah. But Sugawara says, I want to put it into it now.
Ooh, 6-mon.
I'm off this ride. We're going to play the Shanta route. Throw Dora. Say, well, at least see if somebody calls it. We have to go back defensively.
Pulling for Tonki? No, let's it go.
We're gonna play that efficiency. We're okay fishing for that Tuso Kanchan. It's so hard to commentate these hands when there's so much going on and so much at stake and so much switched up.
I love it. I love it.
Feel like I'm just glued to it. Talking becomes hard because you're so enamored by the game.
7 again.
7's come. Trying to convince to drop that 6-mon, but that's Dora. We want that. Maybe hoping for a second 6, a third 7.
And this cut, you know, when you see 6-mon, 8-mon come out from Sugawara, you understand that she just cut from a block. So whatever she has is better than 6-8-mon. And maybe that's just a speed argument that, as Takeda draws one step closer, like maybe you're not expecting to hit the 7-mon so easily because it's close to Dora. So maybe it's some type of flush. Maybe it's the Chanta play. Who knows? But all of these thoughts are swirling in your head as you try to determine what's going on from the leader.
Arae has Sanchoku too, not quite confirmed, but it's there. Or no, that was Fujii, excuse me. Oh, and an upgrade. Again, everybody teetering on that Tenpai Ishanten, and I have a feeling everybody's going to hit it at the same time. Pair of Dora, hold on.
Ooh,
I'm going to throw 5, 6. We'll throw the 7. We can go Shabo. 8-so, 6-mon.
The problem with that Shabo is that one of the Dora has come out already.
1 pin, we're Tenpai. Arae, sneaky Tenpai, we're on 3 pin. Or was that 3 pin? 3 pin or 3-mon, I think.
Yeah, regardless, this isn't enough for her. Oh, Tenpai as well. Dora discard?
Tenpai. I'd imagine we have to.
Dama.
Oh, Dama, we're playing win rate. The 2-so, Tenpai followed up, 1-4 pin. Sugawara. And the 2-mon.
Over the 5.
We'll cut the 5. We're going to Riichi.
Surprise. I was Tenpai the whole time.
Pinfu Tanyao Dora 3-han. Direct on Arae 2. That's huge.
That is a massive swing. Arae falls further into 4th place. Takeda takes over first. And
this will be our first glimpse of what the standings are really going to look like if the game ends here. Oh my goodness.
Gap reduced to under 60 points now.
That is insane considering where this game started, especially when they have 1 more to play left. Striking distance is, I don't even know if it's a fair enough word. It feels like what was tough to go is now just right on the horizon.
It's Takeda giving Team Hyokodo hope in this last dealership. Has been a bystander for most of this game.
And Yakuhai, oh my goodness,
Dora.
Takeda looks like it's gonna get another.
Incidentally, that Dama was not only for win rate, but also there were multiple upgrade draws into Sanchoku Tenpai for maximum value.
Yeah. Oh, and everybody else is looking much, much slower than normal. Oh, hold on. Except for Fujii. Fujii goes, you know what? I got something. We get another 7-mon. We got Ipeko baked in.
Pairs.
Okay, pairs. You can get a little crazy. Sugawara might find like a Chitoi, help the speed out. And I'd imagine Arae is just going to struggle this hand. So much junk to get out.
Yeah, unfortunately, if this result stands, it will probably end her chances at the individual standings. Sugawara still with hope, though. If she can take a first place back away from Takeda.
Sorry.
Okay, 6-mon pair. That's 3. And this is the point where Arae is like, what do I do for value here? And I think she's opting to go, you know, maybe I Chitoi, Hanemon direct something. Get a little bit of movement there. That might be my only out to try to get some points back. Oh, Anko drawn. Okay, interesting. Normal hand route found, question mark.
And in 2nd place, Sugawara certainly willing to slam a Riichi.
Oh, do we want to get rid of Dora? Fujii needs to greet a little bit. Says, I need more value here.
8-pin pair cut. Still hoping to see the White Dragon come out. 5-6 pin still strong for Takeda.
Cutting one here.
You can see Arai's hand so slow.
That's 7, so that's so big. Ishanten on a Riichi pin Fudora if Fujii wants it. Haneman Sumo would be enough.
Reconsider the pair route. You can cut the 5-so and play for it all, but the 5-so is your Dora connector.
Yeah, but I mean, the problem is you got to cut a pair if you're not doing that. Yeah. Again, if you're Arae too, you need points right now, right?
Oh,
or no, that was Sugawara.
Yeah, Sugawara and Fujii will find the Riichi pin Fudora, as you said. Looking for something direct and some Ura.
I mean, even Ipatsumo, 1 Ura, and that's the Haneman right there. That's enough to pass. That gets you past post. The Hatsu, what are we going to do? Sugawara, first test, is going to play it.
With 1 Riichi stick and 3 home ball, a lot of hands for Sugawara here will surpass Takeda. She can fight.
Ipatsumo miss. This is gonna be a really interesting situation. Fujii might not even take a win here.
Oh, Tempai with
Takeda looks like they're playing for K10.
Do you jam the 2-mon?
That is Sugawara's exact thought right now. Am I taking it or do I need more? Honestly, with the team standings, I might be throwing 1-3-mon.
For Suanko?
This might be your only chance.
Oh my goodness.
This could be it.
Will we see that
I think
characteristic?
Sugawara's thinking that exact same thing.
Towel to the right, flip it over, out it comes. There's the Riichi.
Yeah.
5-mon Shabo with the 5-pin. The chase is on.
We'll try it though.
Both players looking for the 5-pin, I believe.
I think
was Takeda on 3-6.
Yeah, I believe it was 3-6.
3-6, okay.
Fujii.
So 3-pin tiles are dangerous alongside the 5-mon.
Yep. Everything's pretty held. Takeda trying to figure out how to defend against these and still try and get her out to Tenpai. Chitoi might do it. Oh, there's a 1-mon. That would have been Chitoi Tenpai. Not the most value, though. That one doesn't necessarily help us.
And I holding one of the deal in 6 pins, one of the deal in 5-mon.
Seven won't do it.
Both 5-pin being held, so only 1 5-mon left. The odds are so...
Are we going to check the 6-pin? Are we going to check Haku? A lot of options here. We're going to play Haku, play for a Tanyao, call it down.
This is such a tough spot for Takeda in particular because she wants to maintain first here, but if Sugawara wins, almost certainly she'll be overtaken. So you have incentive to fight, you have incentive to fold.
Yeah, even the K10 should be enough on swing.
Yeah, that was another
no, the K10's barely not enough.
Right, that was another part of Sugawara's Riichi consideration because if she drops the stick, the gap now is over 3,000 points. And I think the Riichi sticks go to the wayside, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, I don't believe they're collected by anybody. Oh my goodness, another pair. Hold on.
Chitoi Ishanten.
Do we have a backdoor Chitoi we can use for K10? And does it matter? Actually, wait, that 3 Tenpais, that would be enough to drop Takeda, right? Yeah, 3 Tenpais would do it. Oh, and now with the 6-mon, do we like 6-pin? We're thinking.
It's so hard to play the 6-mon here.
Tough spot. And the 8's so scary as well. Just so much fear. Even the K10 plays.
Losing any amount of points, even though you're taking a 4th right now, losing any amount of points is just worse. So we'll bow out with the West-West. Now comes down to battle between Sugawara and Fujii. It's not it. 5-mon is the only tile left. 3-6 pin. Another one held by Arae. Fujii needs And the 4 pin's
Maybe
not
one
it.
6-pin left.
Yeah, both weights running really low right now. I think all the 3-pin are gone, so...
Yep, 3-pin's dead. 6-pin might be dead too. It's either 1 or zilch.
2 mon's not it. Are we going to Ryukyoku?
Do it. Still 1-5 mon. It's not gonna do it. Is that 2 more? 7-pin safe.
One more draw for everybody after this one.
Haku, that's safe.
This is, I believe, the Haite. Oh, it's the Haite Tsumo!
Haite Sumo on the 5. Hold on.
Riichi Tsumo Haite
Haite
San
Sumo.
Anko Zamangan. That's going to take over a big first place. The last
Oh my
5-mon was the
goodness.
last tile in the wall. And Sugawara will jump.
Oh, that is huge.
Plus 8,000, plus the 2 Riichi sticks that were in the middle, plus the 3 Honba as well.
That's gonna jump Team RonRon to second place by 1.1 points.
Remember, they started this series and this set of games in last, and now they're in second place with 1 more game remaining. Sugawara with a huge first place, and that really increases her chances at the individual standings.
Yeah, that is gonna put Sugawara with that big first, even jumping more. Sugawara might be top 20 at this point in time.
And oh my, have things dramatically changed. Arae with the big win in game 1, but eats a 4th in game 2. Her individual chances may be done, but the team still has the lead going into the final game. For Team RonRon, Sugawara has done incredibly so far. Second place in game 1, almost took the first down, and a first place, a big first place in game number 2. And suddenly, there's a chance that Team RonRon could make the full swing from last to first in the last series, the last session. Sankei Shimbun Cup for them.
I am still in awe at that. What a game. Oh my goodness.
And for it to
Back
come
and
down to
forth,
the last
Mahjong Sumo
5-mon.
Slapfest.
I
To the
know-
last tile in the hand, guaranteed folds. Would have been ahead by 500. Oh, Takeda just trying to inch that win out and save by the last tile. Sugawara hits it. It does not get better than that.
Well, the only thing better than that is going to be the commentary for the final game. And to join us for that will be the wonderful Jenn and, of course, the ever strong presence of Corak. I cannot imagine a better duo to close us out for the evening.
And for the whole series, actually.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
the final
The
game
regular
of the regular
season.
season. You two will get the
The
honor.
entire regular season, and not just that big comeback from Team RonRon, but also the first place team in the group taking a 4th there. There is a way for any of these teams to sneak back, but also there is a very decent chance of wild card if any of these teams get first place.
Yeah.
And would these teams know the gap that they're aiming for this wildcard spot? I mean, I guess there's a few other tables that are playing simultaneously, but do they have a guess at what that target's going to be?
All the other games would be done by now because the broadcast table is usually the last one to finish.
Okay, so perhaps
So,
team...
but
Very
they
close.
might-
Or a good
yeah,
idea.
I don't think they're going to have that information though.
I
They
see.
might.
No,
might
they
have-
probably
whatever they had
shouldn't. They
before the
may
game
have-
started.
Yeah, they may have been informed of the way things were going, but as we saw in the broadcast yesterday, that final game definitely swung things all of a sudden. It looked very close, and then at the end there was a big gap. So I'd say, why don't we just introduce the players?
All right, thanks guys. It was great commentary. We couldn't pick better groups to close out the season. Yesterday's games and today's games are so close. Really exciting to watch right up to the end. All right, so Group 8, Saeka Fujii. Oh, we'll start with the the dealer, Yuri Ichinose. We saw her last week actually in the Saikyo-sen team battle as well. So we'll see her a lot more this year. She'll be representing Hyoko-do, also a member of JPML. In the South Sea is Marin Minato. I can't remember if we saw her before. She is also from JPML, a newer player, representing SPICA. In the West Sea, Saeka Fujii is back for another game. She got a negative. She's kind of in the running for the individual finals, so she's going to take one last shot at it right here. And M-Leaguer Mari Takamiya, who is on the Mahjong Fight Club team for M-League. So it's our second M-Leaguer today, also representing RonRon, same as Hiroe, who is also played earlier from M-League.
All right, well, this is when the pressure gets to its, not its peak, but I feel it's probably the second or maybe the third hardest hand. Is the first one of the last game. You really want to get going. Of course, the last hand is by far the toughest. But I always feel it's either the first one or the second last. It's just really pressure.
Yeah, it's always a position you want to get into for the last hand. So the second to last hand is really key. But conditional mahjong is just so tough and so draining. You have to think about so many things at the same time and do
Doing math in your
calculations.
head, it's always difficult. It hasn't gotten easier. Well, we see two Dora, probably Tanya. Well, it's got the 1-1 mon. 4-pin connects to the 2. Actually, decent shape there. Tiles weren't organized. Here we have kind of a pinfu shape. The hand isn't great. We have an East pair here. Not really any value that I'm seeing. I'm just paying attention to the two Dora. If you can get there elsewhere, great. That's actually really close, but no value. It just feels like the Tanya Dora 2 is the hand to beat, and it may not even beat Tanya, but yeah, there goes the 1. Not even really considering when you connect to that 5 mon. Does have a couple pairs. We really like to pawn the 6, or ideally the Dora, but you never expect the Dora to come out. If you draw it, then that's great. You just have Tanya Dora 3. Does have the overlap in the Sozu shape with the 4, 5, 7, 8. Oh, and that's just Riichi Dora 2.
Suji trap. That early, it's you don't expect a Suji trap as much as you do later in the game, except for it is Dora. So.
Wow, just fills everything perfectly. Uh-oh, that 9's really scary. That's going to come out.
Yeah, when you have two Dora in the hand like that, then you're definitely willing to take the risk.
Are
with
willing to push this. And even if you draw the 7, you're still probably keeping the 2 Dora, because the 7 is going to connect to the 5, 6. Wow,
Right,
just gets there. Perfect draws. Not something I'm used to seeing.
Yeah, Takamiya's having a rough time.
There it is.
There it is.
We said it was going to come out. Riichi Dora 2. Is that Dora 2 as well? Ouch. Rough manga in there. Minato jumps out. And that's going to be a very nice pickup.
She needed it after SPICA took last place in the last game.
Well, you say that, and now we see the updated scores and 150 clear of the field. But of course, that is very subject to change as the Oka, that first place bonus, really stacks up quickly. All right, 4-pin pair, 3-pin pair, 1-pin Dora has an East pair as well. I feel that's when you just call the East and hope to use the Dora. See anything else to happen. We do have a couple lone East in hands, and there it goes. Does get taken. Of course, I mean, the last East is going to be useless. We'll hold it for a turn. 9 so is useless. What kind of a pinfu hand? We'll need 3-pin pretty badly. The 5 fits in nicely in the Manzu. 8 so is a miss. 4-pin. Well, now it's a 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. That's actually 2, 3, 4, and then a 5, 7, 9 Ryankan.
Yeah, depending on how it fills in, that grows into a full straight sometimes as well.
Yeah, we see the 1-mon pull that it gives a 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku route. Going to be inefficient because you're going to need to fill Kanchan, Pinchon, Penchon, but better than nothing. Three so pair up. Yeah, just hold it for now. North isn't going to do anything. It has the 7 floating for a distance. 6 or 8 Sanjiku, but unlikely. 7 connects to the 6 nicely. And the hand has the East. I believe that's double East, but it's just not going anywhere else. Now, this may be a Tanya, but we'll go and cut the 3 so for now.
Yeah, I think the 9 dot
Maybe
is
it works
also a
too.
valid discard there, going for the Tanya. When you have like the middleweights like that, the gut shots, then you want a strong 3 tile shape. In that case,
Ooh,
3
if
on
it's a
con and also the
4
pair
pin.
plus a gap is good.
So you can float the pick up. I want to go 9 pin.
Yeah, I wanted to go 9 pin last time.
There
and
it
then you'd have
is.
the 4-5-5 and the 3-3-5. You have both of them, but
Hatsu's a miss. That is Ishan 10. Doesn't really want to have to throw the 2, but at the same time, you don't want it sitting around. That's a miss. 1 Mon extends the shape in Monzu.
no,
Of course, there is the 2. Now upgrades this to Ishan 10 with double East Dora, possible Sanshoku. Well, now you just have Ipeiko. And lock the 2 out, get rid of the 7, and you're just in there. The 3, as a pair, doesn't do much immediately. Will be held for now, especially with the 2 clearing out. You figure the 1's either going to pair up or it's going to be useless. And there's
another
the T.
T.
This is Sanshoku Tempa. No, is that no? That's a Pone. Okay, so we'll just be double East Dora 1.
I was a phone from the left, that's why I was tricked into thinking it was a chi.
The 3 is actually kind of decent. I'm surprised. Of course, we've seen 1 discarded, 1 in this hand, but I think there's still 2 left. Oh, 2 discarded.
Ah, that would have been Tempa if she kept that 3.
And just trying to get out of here relatively safely. Have that extra door left over. Don't want to fight too much. So this is possible Itsu, but you'd have to cut the 7-6. And there's not really a way to hedge this. You just have to choose one or the other.
Yeah, it's really late. Probably not expecting. Oh,
Oh, there's Senpai, Riichi, Ipeiko, possible Tanyao.
And she did
1
switch
port,
out the
though.
2 for the 5, so it's an open-ended wait now instead of that middle 4.
Oh, and that's a chase. This is Riichi, possible
she
Itsu.
she did fill in, so yeah, the Itsu, the full straight would be the 6, but
There's
the
the
1 comes
1.
out.
Yeah, the Riichi Ipeiko going to take it down.
I think is that Ipotsu as well.
Of course, a couple sticks in there as well. Always a nice bonus.
Fujii looking for that. I mean, for all the teams, it's going to be really hard to get into first place. So aiming for second place, but for anything, she needs a massive first place too.
It was also very important to get that off of the first place team because you need to drag them down. Even if you don't catch them, you need to close the gap as much as possible to set yourself up for a wild card spot.
Right.
Stem cell connect to the 6. Shapes aren't great. Has 3 pairs. 3 cell connects to the 4. 3, 4, 6, 7. It's a bit of an overlap there. You know, another pair. It's actually possible Sun Anko. 3 getting it held as a floater over the Haku. 7's another pair. Why don't you just go Chitoy now? You do have a Dora, which you don't ever really want to cut. Well, do you go for it? Do you just cut the 3 so right now? No, throws it back. Not even considering G-Toy or Toy.
Yeah, I think in Minato's position, you want a hand that you can possibly call. Try and get things faster.
South. 6. Oh no, that would have been Chitoy Tempai anyway.
I gotta say, I don't hate these hating on Chitoys, even though they'll would have been Tempai. I don't mind it.
Oh, well, what about Suanko? Which is, I mean, that was plan A, wasn't it? But with the 6-mon cut, it's probably just not going to happen. We'll go for the Sun Onko potential, though.
True, Suanko is always plan A,
Just to Yakuman.
especially if you ask Garth. He always goes for Suanko.
Not going to hold the 9-so for the potential Ishan 10 with a 7-so draw.
Oh,
Now, this is
that's
just Tenpai. This is always a Riichi. Riichi, Pinfu, Dora 1, 147s.
Fujii is on fire.
Whereas this is also a dealer Riichi, so it can get very expensive very quickly. Gets a 4, but it's the wrong suit. Needs the Sozu 147. I see 2 of them locked in this hand, never going to come out. See 2 in this hand as well. And nothing here. It's actually very good on the wall, and there it is. Sumo. Reach Sumo Pinfudora. No Ura, but that's still 26 all, so nice little pickup for Fujii there.
Yeah, $2,600. It doesn't sound as nice as Mongon, but it's basically a non-dealer Mongon. Someone I think you saw Kenneth in the background sitting at a table. Kenneth is the one who sends us the videos every day, so he was actually waiting for this game to finish so he could send us the videos as soon as it was over. He was lounging on one of the tables in the background.
Ooh, nice little Itsu potential in Monzu. Decent shapes. 8-so would really help. Door is 9-mon. 3-so isn't the ideal draw, but of course an 8-so would really help and fix that shape in Sozu. It's a 3, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. We see a Hatsu pair. Might be Honetsu, but I think it's a little long. And we'll just cut the Chu. No dreams of the distant Daisongan. But this hand is very close to Itsu now. 7-so, another so draw, but the rest of the shapes are pretty good in the offsuit, so it's never going to be Honetsu. East pair up. Ishanten for the Itsu Dora 1. I mean, I said it'd never be Chinitsu, and yeah, just doesn't even consider it as a pair. That's the kind of draw that always tempts me. If the wall wants me to, I'll do it, but I'm not expecting it.
I pushed so hard for the flush hands.
2 pins are great fill there on the 1, 2, 3. The problem is the rest of the hand's a bit of a mess. 2
Well, the
doesn't do much. Was lighty
11355
call.
shape was going for the flush there. The 11355 shape is actually one that I really like.
Better be careful on that one because has to sort them over. That is something that a lot of newer players don't get. Is you are entitled to know which tile was drawn from the wall, whether it came from the hand. So that kind of awkward switching could definitely get you flagged in some sets if you don't clarify to the table. Four, not a great draw, but it is Sinishan 10, so we'll be taken. 6, oh, that's a great upgrade.
And decide where to use the pair if she's going to get the double east or going to get the full straight.
5 upgrades the shape there as well. Now we have a pair. This is a 6-mon pair and a 11355.
Yeah, they're really easy shapes to call. The 11355, you can feed 2 different tiles and pull in 2 different tiles.
Of course, this hand, the one that really wants the 6 is just the Itsu. And we might see another hand that really wants the 6. At the same time, you've already cut the 4. I kind of like just throwing it back. Let's shift around the 244 to a 445. Oh, and okay, yeah, just take 3 Amen now. Looking for the 5-8. Still Ishan. Just everyone's Ishan 10.
There's
now
that
a call
point.
for Tenpai. 5-8 mon. Dora
Not
drawn.
revalue,
Back
it's
it goes.
Yeah, just 1,000 points, but
Well, there's
Minato is the player that doesn't need the points, so she just needs to move the dealership as quickly as possible and get the game over with.
Riichi Mahjong on the 6-mon.
That's for Takamiya, Liger.
Riso just throws it back. 5-8 versus the 6. Now that is Tempai. Will take it. Is Riichi Dora 1. Waiting on 5-8 so. And the 5 just comes out and shuts all this nonsense down. Says, give me those sticks. And Minato going to be in a reasonably comfortable second place now, but Fujii's not that disappointed with that outcome.
No, it was a nice hand, though, I guess, but it wasn't. Actually, didn't have that much value. Neither of the hands had value. Fujii managed to miss all her value for somehow.
Well,
Could have had the double
you
east.
try
or the
it,
full
but
straight.
you just unless you brute force Honitsu, it's just really hard unless you draw specifically into the Itsu.
Yeah, there
And
was
this
no
is
chance to pull in the double east either.
yeah, it never came out. Kind of messy pinfoos in the first hand. This could be Chanta, not even gonna hedge it. Ew, well, that's just a pinfoo hand. This at least is a Chun pair. It's probably the best of the bunch. Chun pair being Dora, much better. East pair up now.
And
So
that's
I'm not
double
thrilled
east
with any of
again
these
for
hands,
Takamiya.
but the Chun pair being Dora all of a sudden makes it a much better hand. Of course, it's always hard to get the last one. There is the
Oh, there's the
East
double
call.
east pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, Takamiya will take that. No other real value in the hand, though. Hatsu pair up has a bunch of pawn options now. Of course, Hatsu also the door indicator, so it's not that great a choice, but better than nothing.
It might end up being a Chitoe instead, the all pairs hand.
We'll pull the 4 in. Doesn't do much immediately. It makes the shape a little bit wider. Just the overlap of the 2, 4, 4, 5. I mean, that's the shape you have to keep. It tells you the state of the hand. 3-pin. Oh, that's nice fill. Should I just get rid of the 5? Yeah, nice shift now.
Now Fujii in the next hand here has another shape that I love, the open-ended get shot, the 1, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6. It's open-ended 4, 7, but you can't miss that 2 middle weight
Yeah,
as
it's in
well.
all intermediate books because it is a shape you need to learn. Oh, we'll just draw the 3 so. Sanzo delivering there fills the kancha nicely and upgrades the other shape to a Ryanman. 5 connects to the 6. South isn't going to do anything. Still Ishan 10. This is also Ishan 10.
Yeah, it did end up being the all pairs hand. The only value tile. Oh, there's a Dora.
And it's second row. So I feel you have to either cut the 3-mon or just go for the Chun right now. And we'll hold it for now, hoping to pair it up. And then you don't have to make the decision. You just cut your 4-mon pair. Tuso, there's the
Said
fill.
2.
Now Ishan 10. I just love this Chun for Tempai. Riso, there's another fill. Now Kutsuki Ishunten, that's double floater. But keeps the south as one of those floaters. Oh, there's a 2. Riichi Dora 2, 4, 7-mon. Says the Chun's never coming, so why bother?
And Takamiya is gonna be stuck here now. She's called once, and she has one safe tile, the 1 dot, but that's
2
gonna
pin's
completely
pretty
ruin her.
safe. I'm not worried about her against a 1 and then a 5-7. That's the ones if it deals in, okay, take your points. Oh, just Ipatsuma, Riichi Ipatsuma, Dora 2.
Fujii is
No
on
aura, but that's a
fire.
Mangan. Fujii will get a nice little 8,000 bump here. Over 45.
And that's more points she's taking away from the first place player as well.
Yeah, you can see the yellow scores being the live stats. So still a 70-point gap. Really needs to dump the second place player into third. Because Minato, honestly, is fine with this being the end game. Second place is perfectly acceptable. Oh, well, that's just Honetsu. Yeah, it cuts the 8 right away. Why would you do anything else? This is a pretty good starting hand here. It has a Dora, decent shapes, maybe too many pairs. Other than that, it's fine. Hatsu pair, and the 3-so fills in the 2-2-4 nicely. So there goes the Chu, and that may just be a call and go. Gonna be hard to make too much fun. This is Pinfu, but shapes are a little bit worse. I mean, this is just the hand.
Oh.
Well, I mean, it might not be just a Tanyao. I mean, just a Honetsu. It might be a Suwanko, or even a Toy Toy. That's one of my favorite hands. Hand shapes is the Toy Toy Honetsu. This looks so beautiful when you can put them together.
And the West. The West is the best style. You know, because it rhymes. West
It
West.
definitely can be very useful. It's a really disgusting weight. There are see the Chun Palm. Just gets rid of the 5, locks in the Ryanman 7-8.
Ichinose is not. She's gonna have to. I know she doesn't want to call because you really want that Suanko, especially in her position, but I think she's gonna end up calling pretty soon.
Well, you have to get something to call first. But there's just a relatively easy route to Mongon and maybe even more, but has to get there. Really needs one of these wins to pair up, and they just been stuck. Five can shift this over or get rid of the 2-pin. Interesting, cuts the 2, so it doesn't like the 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. That's actually a Penchon 3 weight and a 2, 3, 4. So I definitely would have held that around a little longer. And there's your West call.
There's a call.
Just takes it. Of course, this is the interesting shape where if you draw the Haku, you're on a 2, 3 weight where the 2 is Sananko Toy Toy. You're going to see a Chi here. We'll move this to Ishunten. Could be the 9 or the 5. I mentioned the 5 just because it's safer to get rid of it now rather than use it later. We're going to see a Chi here just trying to shut this hand down. Going for the Tanya Dora 1.
Still one away. Oh, there's the white dragon.
If it comes out, we're going to see a Tempai. We'll hold it for now. Figures the hand just isn't very good right now.
I think she's also reading the flush. Definitely Ichinose's discards look like a flush, and with the pawn.
Just Tanya Dora 1 now to shut this down.
I gotta say I'm on Fujii's side there. I really don't like that 1, 2, 2, 3, 4 shape.
You heard it here, folks. Jenn abandoning Sanzo live on air.
Yeah, I'm probably really guilty of that often.
Oh, speaking of, I mean, it just has to be what? Oh, okay, goes with the Monzu shape. I might have even gone 7-pin there. Keep the 2, 4, 6 where you're guaranteed to use the Dora one way or the other.
Looking at Ichinose's discards, and anyone is going to be happy to just deal into Minato at this point, I think.
Yes, flushes are scary. At least it's not in the Dora suit. Those are the really scary ones. Oh, another Haku. This is going to be Ishunten. I think you just fight. Throws the 8-so for now, but that's the 8-man for now. It's going to deal in, though. Just that Tanya Dora 1 earlier. Had just been sitting in Tempai the whole time, figuring it has to come out eventually, and it does, but it does take a while.
Yeah, but it's not very painful, just 2,000 points. Still very comfortably in first place. Could have been way worse, considering the other hand that was on the table.
All right, well, this looks like a Pinfu hand so far. 9-pin pair up, so probably not the Tanyao. Can potentially accept a Dora, but Ipeiko is probably your best route to value here. This is similarly kind of a Pinfu hand, nothing special. There's a 3-so could potentially connect to the 2-so Dora. This is a 2, 4-so, but the rest of shapes leave a lot to be desired. Couple Yaman, but just that Monzu shape is not fun to play with it. Oh, well, there's our Ipeiko.
Minato getting all the draws. The only player that doesn't even need all the great draws.
6, yeah. 3, 4, 4, 6, 8, 9. Ugh. That's a hand where I just see it and I want to call for Tanya out because I just don't buy the hand.
I mean, Takamiya has had really rough hands. Ichinose has a lower score right now, but she's actually had a lot of hands to fight with. Takamiya has just kind of had crap all day.
And the problem is Takamiya has to get big hands. You do have the advantage of being the last dealer, but you're at 16-1 and you have to win this game. So unless you're worried about timer or something, I think you just have to sit there and fish.
Yeah, but they're
Oh,
playing
we might
so
go
fast.
Chitoy
Yeah.
here. Does take one of the Chitoy routes, also possibly Peiko route. Seven Mon's a great fill, but the rest of the hand just still such a mess. It doesn't do that much. One so well, which so do you want to drop? 4, okay. Says, I don't want the Chitoy at all. We're just getting rid of one of our pairs and trying to stay out of that suit. Maybe shift to Honitsu later.
Maybe shift to Suanko.
Ew.
We got
So
one
this is
uncle.
technically Ishanten, but it's a hideous one because you lose the Peiko.
No, it's the Byanshanten, definitely. It's 2 away
2 away.
from a Suanko hand.
Well, I see it as just Ishanten for garbage. Yeah, it is. It is an Ishanten hand, but it is a hideous Ishanten. That's what I think. Looking at it 2 ways, probably the better choice. And it's just not getting better. Holding the 3, so you're hoping to just draw a Dora and have any choice. So this allows you to use the 3/5 Kanchan and keep the Peiko. Ideally, of course, you draw a 2, so get rid of one of the 5s and just use the Dora.
Your ideals are so low. Ideally, you draw a 6.
Oh, see, like
There's-
that. Easy game. Now you can cut the 7 if you want to be greedy. Nope, just cuts the 5. This will be a
Fujii
chi.
will
Looking
take
for the
it.
Honitsu. This is a Honitsu play.
Yeah, it's kind of
Oh,
late for
not
that
the good
pivot.
draw. Yeah, I feel you're at the mid-second row. You're reading that someone's definitely greeting a bit, and you have more time than otherwise. I feel is the only reason you make that play.
But also there's, I mean, that player that you can see greeting doesn't have any of the bamboos. The souls are in their discard, so you know that they're being used up a lot too.
3-pin, not gonna do anything here. Trying to decide whether to hold it a safe tile or cut the 8-mon now. 1-pin pair up doesn't keep it because it'd be potential Furry 10. 4 so. Not Ishan 10, but still cheap. The idea here is just get more Dora. One mon still a miss. His hand's just not getting there.
The thing is, Fujii, if she can get that 3rd south, it's a double win for her.
Oh, the 8 so para. That would have been the Chitoy. Oh, and this is an upgrade question mark? Because you really wanted that 2 so twice. We'll cut the south, go for the Chinitsu Dora 2. Okay, I like this.
That's interesting. I mean, usually you do that when you have a non-value tile, but that south is, see, it's a double south.
And now the south's clear. It's like, I don't care. I'll just throw it now. That is one of the best feelings. Is someone cuts something, you draw it and go, I would have had to fold on this. Thanks for clearing it. 6 pins aren't going to do anything. It looks like we're just heading to a draw here. 2 so pair up. That's 2 Dora. May be able to call this down. There's Tempai. This is Ipeiko. Ken Dama. This is Ipeiko Dora 1 right now. Waiting on 1 Forso. Oh, the Forso is going to come out. It has to, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And there it
If
goes.
it was earlier, the Dora might have come out because of the Sanshoku. Sanshoku's worth 2. But it was
Yeah,
just
we're
so late.
so late in the
Yeah.
wall. I feel you just have to throw that. And gets a snipe there at the end, so... Oh, is that Hote as well?
Yeah, but it was
The
definitely
score
very
definitely
close.
indicates
It
that it was
wasn't.
Hote. I didn't see how long the wall was at that point, but...
No, it was gone already. So that would be Hote. And Minato keeps the points. She's not letting anyone get close to even second place, really, in this game.
All right, let's
Oh,
see. Miki
Fujii.
pair, Haku pair. It's kind of a mess, but it's one where I just look at it and go, is Suiso a real Yaku? Because I'm not convinced. But if there's a hand to go for it, that's it.
I may have even started with the middle tile. Because there was definitely a Kokushi pivot as well in there.
Now we're also seeing the Haku not being called, so wanted to keep this closed, at least for a little bit. I think that the
think she
second
wanted to
Haku comes out, it's going to come. You have
Yeah,
to
now
kill
it
this.
is. She wanted to fill in some of the dots
Yeah, I
first,
got a
and
great fill in the Pinzu.
Yeah, she drew that 3 to go with the 1-2, which is the perfect one.
West is passed. Of course, not going to do much here for the North player. 4 is a pretty nice upgrade, but not much value. Does have a floating tune, though. I feel that it's just going to be the tile everyone's stuck on is who draws the tune and who pairs it up. Which
Yeah,
is fairly
second time
common on
this
this Yaku
game.
Haidora.
Second time chewing his Dora in this game.
And there's another East. We'll hold as a safe talk. We've seen a few of them pop out. Oh, well, there's our tune. And now that safe tile is going to get really scary. It isn't gotten rid of fairly quickly. And yeah, realizes it as well. Sees Tadashi from the Honetsu's hand and says, I should probably get rid of this.
Maybe. I'm not sure Minato needs to take that risk, though. Other people might, but... Well, Ichinose is pretty much out of it, and you'll see her not even really participating at this point.
Well, that's just Tenpai
Just
waiting on the
Tenpai.
7 with Dora 2, Honetsu, and I believe a Yaku High.
Yep,
He
the
had that
Haku, the white
Haku.
dragon.
That's one of those, they can't already be Tenpai. Well, yeah, they kind of can. It is the end of the first row, and that pawn is, oh, well. Wow, full greed, 5-pin chonky.
That brings it up to Hanemon, and she does have an option to switch to like a Nobetan or a Aryamen, so that
Or even just a
Nobetan
floating honor.
Yeah, Nobetan is the double edge weight, would be like a 1-2-3-4 or 2-3-4-5 shape.
Yeah, right
And
now
the
it is
Aryamen is
22.
fake open-ended.
Honetsu, Chun, Haku, Dora 3. It's actually 7 Han. I think also maybe looking for a Chanta upgrade.
There it is.
Oh, there it is, waiting on 1-4. The Chanta
Let's
there
bring it
would
up
be
to the-
Baimon, wouldn't it?
Yep, the 1 is a Baimon. The 4 is Hanemon.
Speaking of, and Takamiya just has to shove it, and that is big value. Oof.
I'll bring Fujii up to 60,000 points. And Takamiya will go in the negatives. This is that black stick coming out.
Yeah, big hit there. 8,400 deals in for 16-3. And Fujii's now making a play for her team. They looked out of it coming in, but they can at least start thinking about it now. This is the performance you need in this last game. Now they're at minus 1.2. The problem is Minato's done well enough that they're still at 65.
Yeah, if Fujii wants to find a way to get up into first place, she needs to take points away from Minato, and there's only it's one hand before the last hand, so that's gonna
Yes,
be
little dealer
tough.
here. This is, well, do you just go Kokushi? And if you're Minato, you don't really have a reason to, but at the same time, you don't have a reason to play regular hands. A few options. This has a Haku, maybe a Honitsu play later. This is, oh, what about Shosushi? And you just have to call the West and go for it. Doesn't! That surprises me. I feel that's one where you just go for it.
It's Ichinose's hand. Oh no, it's Takamiya's hand.
Takamiya just has to fish for Yakuman. I don't know why.
Yeah. She kind of balked there, I think.
Yeah, it's something. Of course, we always talk about nervousness on the camera as a thing, but
I mean, if anyone is used to the camera, it's Takamiya.
it should be Takamiya. Getting a little closer to the Kokushi, and that may be the other part. If you're reading someone's going Kokushi, then getting the rest of those wins is going to be really hard. But at the same time, there's a Dora, there's a pawn. We'll move this towards Tanyao. I imagine it's a 1-so or a 1-mon.
So Ichinose is a system engineer on weekdays. We haven't talked about the players much, but she said that she wants a stable career and also to play Mahjong on TV. So she is on the broadcast table and also engineer by day.
Always useful work. 6-mon going to be not really useful, but this is the type of point in the hand where you're like, do I really want to go for this Kokushi? It's so bad. You hope when you go for Kokushi, you need progress. I feel by the end of row 1, you shouldn't be more than 2 shunten, but you can be 3 if you're just really going for it. And at the same time, just doesn't have an incentive to get in any trouble. Hatsu pair up. Well, this might be Chanta. I think you just throw the Chun. That's actually a really solid draw because you use the 7 as a pair and as part of the 6-7-8 is actually a 3-5 Kanchan, as well as the 6-7-7-8. Well, shapes that a lot of people aren't used to reading.
One away.
Oh, that's just Tempai. This is the Dora 3 hand. You just always take Tempai. It's actually a 7-pin Tuso weight where 3 of the 7s are in the hand. Thought about it for a second. Do I really want to go 1 away here? And no.
Takamiya has
Now
a
you
monster
can
bring as
argue to make
well.
this switch, and we'll do so waiting on 3-so. Speaking of 3-so, we see where 2 of them are. There's the north that might get called, but might just be fishing
Does
for
not.
enough value here. Takamiya feels that opening for anything is just not realistic at this point. And when you're Ishunten for that, I think that's reasonable. I just like the passing earlier, but now you're close enough that you actually have a realistic chance of finishing it closed.
I mean, the thing is, the tiles that you can use,
Oh,
it's the wrong size.
wind!
There are just so few tiles you can use with that hand, and she still does have a turn at dealer. I think. And this just doesn't have any tiles left to tempai with.
Well, can't really do anything because you can cut the 8 as a safer tile. You can also cut the 3 for that matter. Just slide it down. Three-so Onko. That 3-so looking really bad now. Because it's dead. And of course, that would have been Furi 10, so I can't really switch over and slide with a 2.
Yeah, usually that's the reason why you take the kanchan instead of the shovel weight. So
Well,
that you
this
can
is
slide it
Riichi
to
Dora
open-ended.
on 2-5 for dealer. Well, you have the choice again, and we'll just stick with the 3-so weight. Oh, the 4 would have won.
just one of those spirals into the abyss. Just everything feels wrong. The 6 would have
Yeah.
won if she had taken Fujii 10.
Everything. Yeah.
Everything would have won.
And of course, may end up revealing the hand and go, oh, that's where my 3-so were, wasn't it? If this does get to the draw, I mean, plenty of options here. 9-1 turns with Anka, but this is just a fold. Only 5 figures is just tempai payments at this point. It's kind of sad for that Menhon, but now we're going to see them. And there are the open hands, 2 of them. And sees, oh, could I have one of those 3-so? Thanks.
And
It is
Fujii will
one of the
remain
worst
dealer.
like when you're on a Kanshan and then the other person, Riichi, shows you the Anko that was closed. At least if they con it, you know it's dead and then you don't care. But you see that, like, I was pushing for nothing. That's disappointing.
I definitely care if somebody cons my winning tile.
I get annoyed, but I hate that situation more. Where
Yeah.
I just, it was dead and I didn't know it. If I know it's dead, I can play around it.
That is true. Then she might have taken one of the Shabos and won the hand instead. Or the Fujii 10 even.
Yeah, even the furry 10's fine. These all look like pretty standard Pinfu hands, nothing fancy. Okay, this is a little fancier potentially. Has a Chun pair, maybe a Honitsu play later.
Not a great hand for Fujii's dealer turn. One completed sequence, but nothing else really going on in the whole hand.
One Mon's not going to do anything, so it gets thrown back. We have the West and the South. Which one will come out? Actually cuts the 2 here. Fishing for maybe Chanta, maybe Honitsu. In a situation where we just need value, so going to float it for a bit.
Open-ended gut shot again Takamiya's hands. Sorry.
Tishman allows some shifting, just too much immediately. I mentioned Hatsu or Ton. There goes the Hatsu. Speaking of Hatsu, another one out. And there's a Ton. Well, it's one of those where you have those floaters and they just all die at once. I'm going to cut the 9 here. It shape's a little controversial, the 2, 4, 6, 7, 9, because the 9 always feels good to cut, but at the same time, you do lose one of the double Kanchan routes.
Yeah, those 9s often come back and bite you from behind.
Gonna cut the 2-so here, lock in the door shape with the 4, 6, 8, 6 being Dora. South going to be held for now. It's effectively a safe tile. One's a, and the normal cut here is 1, 2, but this hand so wanted to be Sanju. Yeah, cuts the 3 here. There's some routes in upper Sozu to turn this back into the 1, 2, 3 Sanju, so I think that's fine.
Yeah, you can pair up the 4.
Much.
A 4, 7 or 5, 8 gives you another pair, so you can concentrate on the Sanshoku.
Okay, so locking in the 4, 5, 6 Sanshoku is plan A. And that is Ishan 10 for what would be Riichi Nomi. Less than ideal, but again, I guess you take anything at this point. 2, 4, 6, 8, and draws an 8, a 2. 3, there's our temp by Riichi on the 3-so. Riichi Nomi.
Pretty soon you're not even going to be able to count all of Fujii's reaches in this game on one hand.
So how many times you Riichi that game? Yes.
All of them. All the times.
Well, that is now Ishan 10 for Ipeko Chanta.
Yeah. Chanta with the Ipeko is such a pretty hand.
3,
Takami's
this is
given up on
Ishan 10.
her.
We need to cut 1-so and 5 pin. We'll just get rid of the 4.
Yeah, the thing is, Ichinose really doesn't have anything left to play for. Her team is pretty much out of the race. She only has 2 hands to make up a lot of points And she was not really in the individual playoff running either, in 125th place coming into this game. So if she had taken it, like, had a really rallied, she had 57.9 points, I think. That's not a negative. I'm not sure. If she had really rallied, she might have had a shot, but
Hanemon Sumo, because that hand had a route to a Hanemon Sumo, would at least get you within Yakuman range, so I'd like to fight a little bit more than this. But this is a dealer reach, just hoping for another hand. The 5, I just feel like everyone's out of maybe this hand is just not getting there. Just wants to fight and it's just not there. The long pause and yeah, that even considering the 9 so is saying I'm out. June almost more so.
of course, Minato's goal at this point is to try and end the hands as fast as possible, or not deal in.
Yeah, just the 5-8 mon there. And just a lot of defense at this point. Wants to see if there's a back into Chitoi. I guarantee you that's the thought process here. Minato also feels she can't really afford to give up the Tenpai swing here.
Also, when you have that many pairs in your hand, you actually run out of safe tiles pretty quickly because everything's doubled up. So if you don't have any, if none of them are safe tiles, then you have to make a decision.
Yeah, Riichi Pinfu for dealer, and it looks like we are coming up on that drop pretty soon. Just a couple more. Four is a miss. That's going to be it. Just one player Tenpai.
We'll
Fujii
play
scores. I had
South 3
it.
again. Yeah, South 3 again. The last game had a lot of South 4. We got a lot of South 3 in this game. Welcome to everybody in the chat. Looks like we have some new viewers. We're very happy to have you. Please make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. If you're not able to make the World Reach Championship, we'll be bringing you lots of footage from it. So hopefully you can enjoy it remotely.
All right, Fujii's dealer here again. East 3 with 2 sticks in the middle and a homba. Nice little Itsu route here. Maybe some Sanshiko, some shifting. 5 doesn't do much. The shifts aren't great. Kanchan, too many pairs. Similarly, pretty bad hand here as
Not
well.
enough pairs.
Yeah, it's not enough pairs. It's not enough garbage for Kokushi either. This is probably the best hand, and that definitely helps. It is now Ishunten. I mentioned 4-6 just because you want to keep the 5-7 Kanchan waiting on Dora. 5 allows a slide. We'll get to the 2 since the 1 came out the last turn. It's a Haku pair up. Playing it towards Chanta with a Kokushi dream for now. That's all it is.
That's a 6 actually. It's still far away, but it gives you a full flush pivot for Takamiya.
3 connects to the 4. Can move a little bit closer. 7 to miss. Not going to do anything. Now you're a little bit regretting the 5-6-7 Sanchiku route, but that wasn't ever going to happen. 4, well, another Sozu, but especially having cut the 6, so not going Honetsu. Few pair ups, getting a little closer to Chito here. Not the hand you probably had in mind with that start. And the 4 is a nice little connection for the possibly Keiko. 4, 5, 5, 6, 6.
Yeah, Fujii's hand is really shaping up from what it started.
Kokushi prayer. It's we call it a dream hand for a reason.
Thing is, yeah, Ichinose's position in this game now is just honestly,
Fishing. Yeah, Yakumon are
it's
bust.
it's
Even
the
this hand,
worst to play.
with Fuji getting more Tenpai payments, I feel you have to at least get Baimon on this hand anyway, to even put yourself in position for the last hand. And that's
those
probably would have fought a
Baimon
little more in
hands,
the previous one.
yeah, Baimon hands never come when you need them right at that moment.
Yeah.
You get lots of Pinfu Dorichi.
Force those Dora, so 2 of them here. That's a nice little Tanya shift. Haku Anko now.
The
Might
rest of the
just
hand
open
is
then
just
turn into a
yeah.
Chanta, but again, just needs value.
Pairs, pairs, pairs. Lots of pairs. Run
Yeah, do you
away
take
for all
the Ishan
pairs.
Pen for Chi-Toy, or do you take the Ipeiko route? You can do both with the 9 pin, and that's going to be the choice here.
It's also
Okay,
2
so
away for a
Chiral.
Ryanpeiko.
Well, definitely count as a fancier hand for the game. Ooh, that's a great draw. Now you're just going Honitsu, maybe even Honroto. That's a really good draw with that 1-mon. 5 pin. Well, that's Tenpai. That is the worst Tenpai imaginable.
There's no Yaku, no Dora, and
Yes.
Shu.
No, no, no. We're not doing that. No.
Go home, hand.
And that's a fold. Back door to Kogoshi, but that's a fold.
Looks like Fujii is gonna get an all pairs Tenpai. Just 1 away for her as well. It's a pairs board. Oh, 2 away, sorry. That was
Oh, would have hit the Patsumo. Or no, it wouldn't have been the Patsumo. That was 1 turn later. Would have been the Sumo here. And we'll just
yeah.
Dama. Haku continues the route. 3 pin helps a little bit, but needs the 7 pin twice, basically.
Yeah, but it looks like Fujii still might end up being the fastest to Tenpai, considering Takamiya is not taking. I mean, she's Tenpai, but
Yeah,
already missed one of the
terrible
wins.
Tenpai. Chito
Yeah.
Ishan.
Fujii still has a little potential for a better.
Also Chito
All right,
Ishan.
now we're 1 away. Chitoi. How many souths are on the board? She wasn't
There's
keeping
an
it as
uncle of the 8s. Throws it back. Interesting. Says it's full Chi-Toy. We're not going to play for a call of any kind. We just want the Chi-Toy.
Are there no souths on the board at all? Are they all in the wall?
Let's see. I don't see any of them.
Fujii has 1, and I think she wasn't keeping it as a safe tile. She was keeping it because it wasn't
Right.
out.
Oh,
There it
well, yeah,
is.
there you go. There's your Dama Chi-Toy on 3 pin.
Yeah, as dealer, I'll take it.
Very on to miss. 9 pin pair up, but again, just not really playing this hand. 8, really just hoping to draw Dora, slam, and hit a big win. But if not, content to just get the Tenpai payments and move on. 6-0, not a great tile, but at the same time, Takami has nothing to lose.
She kind of has nothing to win with this hand, too.
Yeah. But at this point, you're just like, I'll take my Tenpai payments. Oh, the wrong Tonki. Waited on the 3, not the 4. Of course, draws the 4. And that's just the end of the hand. 2 players Tenpai.
And we get another South 3. I wonder what the record for South 3s is in League. The pro leagues don't have a time limit.
Oh, there have been some of these games would be brutal, I imagine.
I mean, usually JPML finishes quite quickly because the players play very
Want to get out
quickly.
of there? Yeah, that too.
Yeah. Wow, look at Fujii's hand.
I like this one so far. Tuso would have been an even better pull, but I'll definitely take this as a starting hand. Beautiful Monzu shapes, floating Dora, Ryunman in the offsuit. Just great shapes all
Sanshoku
together.
potential.
This is not a terrible hand, it's just not a great one. Possible Itsu has a Dora, you have the Sunkan, so there are just so many draws that move it into a workable hand. Oh, there's your Sanshoku
Even closer,
request.
yeah.
2, 3, 4
Yes.
Sanshoku looking very realistic.
I think that might be my favorite Sanshoku as well. The 2, 3, 4.
Wait,
I do
who's
like the 5, 6,
broadcasting this?
7.
Is this Nathanael? It is. Cuts the 9 pin, use the 9 so if possible. Ipeiko needs a 7 so. But this is just the best hand. Oh, and there it is. Riichi, Pinfu, Dora, possible Tanyao Sanshoku, and the other end is just Riichi, Pinfu, Dora.
Yeah, except for there's
There's
1 4 in
much a
Shinose's
difference.
hand, and there's 2 here in Minato's hand, so it's probably not going to get the Sanshoku.
One Mon looks very good on the wall, though. That's one of those where you look at it and do I have to take this? And because it's Takamiya, I think she passed. Oh, hold on. No, it's Fujii with Zurichi. So yeah, you just take anything. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're going for the Sankei Shimbun record for South Threes. And I think right now anything would be a record because Sankei Shimbun Cup is the new name. So no records have been set yet.
Yeah, it just changed a few weeks ago. But look at these hands. Everyone's trying to fight back and just not drawing anything to do it.
Is that these hands aren't even fun to look at.
No, they're well. I've said this many times. A quick way to look at a hand is count the number of even tiles in the hand, and the number of odd tiles in the hand. And if you get to less than 3 on either, it's a terrible hand. This is just Chitoi now. Yeah, cuts the 6. That's the only route back. It's Chitoi or Toy Toy. And it's nothing. It really is. Pretty much just a reaching hand. Gets a 1, but it's the wrong suit.
Like drawing all of these useless tiles, it's like running on a hamster wheel. You get nowhere, but you have to repeat the same motion over and over.
At the
Fujii's
same
had it.
time, Fujii's sitting on 63-3, and I'll take the extra handwork. It's fine. It's everyone else at the table who goes, "Dealer Riichi again."
I mean,
Fujii's
obviously
just
I'm
on
talking
this
about everyone
run.
else
Are
at
you
the table.
kidding me?
It's not like I know what it feels like to be in first place with 63,000 points.
Oh, well, that's Shitoe-san. Will this hand be fought? Kinda.
So he's still somehow going for a flush. Very, very slow. The slowest flush we've ever seen, probably.
I'll go ahead and shove the 6.
And Fujii even stopped showing us what tiles she's drawn. She's just discarding them straight into the pond.
Oh, well, there's your Chitoi. I mean, you have to just slam this, don't you? It's Riichi Chitoi Tanyao. You have a chance to direct hit Fujii, maybe flip Ura.
I mean, she really doesn't need the points, so...
That's true. I guess with where the teams are, yeah, Minato doesn't need to. It is a 60-point spread. It just doesn't like the 7. For whatever reason. I don't think this is a do I reach here or do I dominate. It's do I ever want to throw this 7, or do we just go for the Dream Suanko route and cut one of our pairs?
Yeah, the 7 doesn't look good at all. does not.
Yeah, this is not actually Tenpai. Sorry, Kansai Chi-Toy fans out there.
And Ichinose gives up.
Okay, well, now you're just D-Shunten for Suanko. Now I don't care. I'm just shoving. The question is which one. I feel the 258, so you have all those, you can't really use it. I go with the Tumon here. You did just clear the 8, so you could go with the 2-5. But you have multiple pairs on this. Oh no, the 4, the expensive end! Riichi Pinfu, Tanya,
I did not
Sanjubu,
think that was
Dora!
coming out. I think she went for what she thought would be easier to pull.
Get in the wall, and that's just Hanemon. This is over.
That's 18,000.
Yeah, and I say it's over, but that's just this match. What matters is the overall, and especially if she drops to third, we may see Fujii with the miraculous comeback. The entire game now really depends on whether Ichinose can jump Minato.
Yeah, Sakae has a real chance at taking over first place here.
The direct Hanemon deal in, and that may be partially the, well, they never reach you with actual value here.
Yeah, it's trying to wrench on his dealer.
Trying to make the type of run you'd expect when you start the game off at minus 71.5. Wow, huge pull.
I did not think that 4 was ever coming out. It was solid as a pair in there. The Suanko is so late.
Yeah, the Suanko, even
evil
then, it was
Suanko.
Ishunten. Like, I don't actually hate that shove if it's Tenpai, but
Well, it had to be
regardless,
something.
though,
I mean, it was another situation, like I mentioned, when you have all pairs, you run out of safe
it's hard to
tiles.
pick what your safe tile is, and that was definitely, unfortunately, the wrong one. But here we have a Chun pair, kind of a Tanyao hand. Try and slide this down, maybe a 4-5-6 Sanjuku. Eventually, we're going to see the South called by Minato. Says, uh-oh, I'd better keep second.
Gotta salvage this.
Situation. You see the Chun pair. 5's not a great tile, it just overlaps everywhere. 7's a nice little pair up. Gives a head to this hand, but still has floaters and a lot of work to do. 4 is going to do anything, so it just gets rid of it with the 6-7 already in hand. Haku's a miss, not going to do anything. The 6 at least upgrades this to a Kanchan, so now Ishunten needs 7 on 5-pin. 4, well, that's a door. You can shift with it, and you can also potentially go Itsu. I feel the normal cut here is 8, so you could go 3-5 if you're really greedy. Nope, just slides away from the 1. Wants to be able to go for Tanya later. 2, not going to do anything here. 4, so it's not going to help, but it is Dora. You'd love to call it, but you really can't. Ishunten here. Upgrade the shape a little bit. Hatsu doesn't do anything, though. Will hold as a relative safe tile. Doesn't buy this hand, and honestly, I don't either. That is Ishunten. Cuts the 8, of course. Well, there's another Dora. Now, the problem here is you can go 9-so and treat this as a 4-5 Kanchan. And that's going to be the play, is planning to do so. We have a
Yeah, I
Chun
think that one
Onko,
is
so
a
Mina's getting
3-10.
back.
The 1 is a 3-10, and you want to get rid of the 9 for the Tanyao, so you can call for tiles and be dealer one more time.
And Tanya, Dora 2. Table hasn't suffered enough. And there's the call. Tenpai waiting on 5, so. Of course, you see 2 of them here. 4. It is Chi-Toy if you just cut the 6, Ishunten. Super wide Ishunten here. Of course, it does require cutting the 6. And you see the hesitation. It's like, do I want to slim down my Sozu shape? No, cuts the 7. Thinks the 6 pin is going to deal in. It would actually get to Tempai because it get pwned, but it wouldn't deal in. Oh, just reads the wall perfectly. Why can't I do that? This
Yeah,
is
it's just
Chitoi, and this is Ichinose. It's a Chitoi Tanyao. I mean, just Riichi the 4. He could Dama. You do have the Tanyao here with the 4 home buff, but I feel he just Riichi. No, just doesn't even take it. Fishing for what, Rion Peiko?
I think she's just out of. She's just
Yeah.
bowing out. They do have rules in pro matches where
If you're out of it, you shouldn't be taking it. But I thought that only applied
Yeah.
in South 4.
it should only apply in South 4, but I think she's just
Mentally out of it too. Says, you know,
yeah.
I'm done. Can't switch here. I actually like the Shun pwn because the 6 has been pwned. I feel the 7's pretty good in the wall. And there's the 9. Yeah, just going to throw that back. Five, so that's the deal in tile. Out it goes. Tanya, door 2.
Wow,
Fujii
another
says,
one.
thanks for the point.
5,800 from
With
plus
the 4 Homba, 7,000. This is huge because it drops Minato into 3rd place. We're going to see a change in the overall now. Another direct
This
dealer
is-
hit. And you see now a 15.6 gap. Like complete overtake has happened now. Of course, if the scores were to end here, Minato would probably still advance because
look
that is
at
likely a
Fujii.
wild card spot, but you don't want to be relying on it with where you started this game.
No, not at all. And you kind of feel like at this point she's probably thinking I had one job, and that was if I couldn't win, don't deal in. But just I know that feeling because I've had it a lot. But just feel like your fingers are magnets and they're just attracted to the dealing tile.
Well, don't worry about Fujii just getting Yakuhai 2 again, including the Haku and the East.
Now, Haku is mochi mochi.
He is Mochi Mochi, so it's not going to come out. Now, you might even go Toy Toy with the Chun. No, just going to cut the 5, play regular hold. The Chun is a relative safe tile here. Looks like a Pinfu. Definitely use the 2, so this is a complete mess. I want to be Chanta, but I'm not going to. And that's how it's getting played, is it's there in theory, but it's not real.
And Minato just needs to win any hand to get back into 2nd place, basically.
And although the game was running really quickly early, we should be coming up on the timer fairly soon.
Yeah, I mean they're all playing very quickly. It's just so many South 3s.
Ooh,
We're
full
in the
greed for the
5th one.
Hornetsu. Cuts the 7-8. Well, the plan here is 1, 2, 3 Sanjiku, and it is still possible, but it's really hard. Adds another
It's-
Penchan. It can
yeah,
move
it
a
was
Junshan at least.
exactly.
5. Technically, Ishan 10 would need a 2 and a 4. Wouldn't be able to cash the Haku in, but that's actually fine. You actually do want to use it as the pair. You don't necessarily know it. Wait, is that 7 on discards? Anyway, the 1 doesn't. Okay, going for the 2, 3, 4 Sanjiku now.
Oh, the best one.
Well, there's a nice little Penchun fill, but the rest of the hand's still a mess.
Yeah.
Oh, that upgrades the shape significantly. And now we have an Ishan 10. 2 hands Ishan 10, and 2 hands are kind of a mess.
And that's another thing when you get into the that's
Oh,
interesting.
interesting. I don't like that because you could use the 4, and then you
Yeah.
can cut the 3B Shampoo 1P in Haku.
Yeah, I wonder if it was supposed to be some kind of camouflage or hey everybody, I want you to think I'm ready. You better quit your hands. I don't know. I definitely would have
Well,
preferred
there's definitely
the
an
North.
intimidation factor when you're on a run like this.
And another thing is when you have a player like Ichinose who doesn't really have anything left to play with, and even Takamiya at this
Yeah,
point, there's just
Takami
not
is
enough
out
time.
now.
Yeah, there's not enough time for her to have anything to play for. So
Well,
really
that
gives
Senpai gonna be a Riichi Pinfu 2-5 so.
it really gives the dealer that does have something to play for a chance to just keep winning and winning and winning because there are fewer what do you call it, obstacles in the way.
Yeah, and that feels like a get me out of here, Riichi. Doesn't do anything immediately, but does at least allow the game to advance. At the same time, Fujii like, well, the hand was great, but I don't need it. Even paying out a big sumo here isn't necessarily bad for Fujii either. There's see a chi here. Try and make this down for Haku Atsuzuke.
Looks like Fujii is now ready to give up her reign as a dealer.
Well, took it long enough to get into first place for her team, and after that, don't need it anymore.
Yeah, and it wouldn't hurt to get a few safety points though. Just a little bit more of a buffer for that last hand, I think.
Yes, hand. Well, the thing is, the buffer points aren't that important. I mean, they'd be nice, but the big difference is, can Minato get back to second? Oh, and that would have been the Tempai here, but would have dealt it on the 5-so, so it wouldn't have mattered. Speaking of 5-so, there's another one drawn, not going to be used. I feel like it's going to be the one-player Tempai at the end.
Yeah, so the difference between third and second in these rules is 20 points, while the difference between fourth and third is only 10 points. So with this Uma,
Okay, so 20, yeah, would be enough here. But those
yeah,
buffer points might be enough to overtake the 20, depend on the size of the hand. And then we talk about those
exactly.
late in-game calculations that fry your brain. This is one I would not have prepped for.
And I think I cut it out, but after this hand, I think they do. So everybody has notes next to the table with their
Yeah,
point differences.
we've seen this in some other broadcasts. We call it a math break, where it's everyone just has to write down on their little notepad, or if they're a computer playing online, just pull up notepad in the calculator.
Yep, there they go.
And they go, that's what we need. And yeah, it's like,
Piece of paper.
can we get some time? Okay, so I do have a question here. Does the clock still run while they are doing this?
Normally it would still run, but they may be stopping it for the broadcast table because they do for the broadcast table. They don't want anyone to make a mistake with the calculations, so they don't want somebody to accidentally win in third place when it doesn't get anything for them. So for broadcast tables, it's possible that they stop the clock, and I actually don't know in this case because I wasn't there.
Regardless, it is going to be South 4, so if Takamiya does not win, or at least Tempai at the end of the hand, it will be the last hand regardless, but it's definitely something to be considering. And as mentioned, I'm pretty sure they may be like 2 minutes left of the clock anyway, so it may not matter.
Yeah, it's probably they have the last hand +1, so if they have 2 minutes left, then there is potential for 2 hands.
Let's see, when did we start? Yeah, it should be right on the timer about now, so I don't have any information as to whether they hit it before this break. But if the clock's running, then they definitely hit it.
Yeah, for most tournaments, they don't stop the clock for this, but that's because there's a lot of tables going on. In this type of event, it's much easier to stop the clock. I thought I cut out more of this. I decided to cut out when they cut to the commentary tables, but it looks like they're ready to go.
All right, and we have two players that basically have nothing to play for, especially if this last, even if the second to last hand dealer still doesn't have much here. Dealer triple Yakuman, I think. Is double or multiple Yakumans even on in this rule set?
As long as they're different Yakuman.
Backing Yakuman, so none of
Yeah.
the Suanko Tanki double Yakuman. That is
Right.
it's becoming a fairly standard thing in pro rules. Is if you have just separate Yakuman that they might as well stack. But the
Yeah.
gimmicky, this is something you'll see at online play, especially places that have double Yakuman. Furry 10 Riichi on a 13-sided Kogushi, that shouldn't be a double Yakuman.
Well, I mean, you do give up the win for it.
You give up the win, but at the same time, you have so many draws. It does feel a little cheap to have to pay out the double Yakuman penalty for everyone else. But here we are. Pinfu hand here. 3-mon is Dora, so we see a couple of those. Now for the 1-1-1-3-5-5, also a possible Suanko route. And I feel like you're talking to me, that's just what you're going for. You don't really care. Here, this
I mean, yeah,
is...
and as a dealer,
Minato
the
has a
Yakuman.
south pair, but needs to come up with 4,100. And a big part is there is 2,800 in the pot, so it's not as hard as you think. Needs 2 Han or a 1 Han sumo, or just a whole bunch of Fu. And that's the thing to be looking out for the most. 4 is a nice little fill, moving this towards the Pinfu. Fujii's like, I don't care. I just need to not get myself in trouble and hope Minato doesn't win.
Yeah, Minato's 1,300 is enough.
Yes.
So actually, when I joined
yeah, it
JPML,
will
they
be
didn't even.
Actually, just needs
Go
the Yatazuke here with the Dora or a Sumo. Says the shape's building up to just be the south call and then waiting with the 4-5, waiting on 3-6, where a round 3 or a Sumo on either end would be good enough. But also needs a pair in that hand, and that's the issue. Could end up just being Riichi Nobu south as the pair. That's good enough.
Yeah, so when I joined JPML, they didn't even allow stacking Yakuman. Any Yakuman was just one. No, even if you had 3 different Yakuman in the hand.
And the idea is it reduces variance, but at the same time, it just doesn't feel fair. Like, are you kidding me? I got the hand of my life, and it's just the same as this guy that Suanko's. So I'm glad that was changed.
Yeah, me too.
All right, 6 is a nice little fill there.
Cool.
Cuddle the commentators, live commentators a little bit. Ooh, well, this may be Chitoi. And Ichinose
Those
just
hands
wants...
come when you don't need them.
Yeah, well, Ichinose, again, because we talked about the pro rules for this, but since it's the last hand, may not matter, may just be tempai. And it's important here that the gap is 4,100, because even if Minato is the only one tempai, that's not enough to overtake Ichinose.
Can pull nut south. Could go for a Hoitsu just for, yeah.
Well, there's Tempai. We'll go ahead and Riichi waiting on the 4.
So it looks like maybe they have one more hand after this.
Yeah, they may have, well, this is also dealer, but... Ugh. You have to win the hand, but at the same time, there's a dealer Riichi on board. Oh, well. You really just want to cut the 9. I'll throw the 5 for now. Of course, the 5 Genbutsu, definitely the play there.
Fujii also might be calculating a bit if she deals in to someone other than Minato. It won't be that big of a deal.
Well, anytime you deal into dealer Riichi, cheapness is not usually the consideration. I've seen far too few. Oh, I'll just she goes, wait, that's a dealer. Never mind. Or alternatively, they just flip 2 or 3 on me. Oh no.
Yeah, that's definitely true. But also as dealer, it looks like
Oh,
she'll have
there's
one more
it
hand to
too
play.
on Genbutsu 8, I believe. So yeah, we'll just Dama this.
So if they do have one more hand, then even if the dealer has some extra points, then she'll have a chance to get those back in one more hand. So she might be. Oh,
Says, I'm not throwing anything
fold.
by the door. There's no chance. Man, if Takamiya sumos, this does not hurt Fujii. Means there's another hand, presumably, but it doesn't hurt her.
That might help a little bit. Gives Takamiya a chance to get into second place even. And Minato down to fourth place.
Chitoi Ishanten. 3 so is a bit of a fill, but just not going to play. Yeah, there it goes. South, south, south. Not even really considering this. And another fold. Just keep going at the south. Yeah, there it goes. 3 wants to get back in. Now, if you have Chinitsu with a couple Dora, maybe you fight this, but it's just so late.
And that's another thing. You only need 1,000 points, but all these points keep coming. And it makes the hand really heavy and harder to wield.
And there it is. And they see it's just the Formon Kanchan.
No, there was no Yakuman. This was all organically won by Fujii.
Yeah, well, if there were some
There was
not
a
the
Oya
fair
Hane
hands.
one.
Yeah. And a few sumos and some other just big deal lands. It was a run. Okay, so they apparently do have at least time for one more hand.
Yeah, I'd imagine this is the last hand, probably.
All right. Well, now the conditions actually a little bit easier for Minato because now the pot has 4,100, which is enough to tie Ichinose. So any win is good enough for second place.
Yeah, I mean, not
And that would be enough to
1,000 points.
overtake for her team to get first place. Fujii, even in that case, though, if it's that close, you have to imagine the wild card goes to the other side. But there's a 5-1 pair. Few pairs here might go Chitoi. South pair, east pair, just going for the Honitsu. 9-mon's now paired up a couple places, which Mochiboshi, not going to really do much with it. Ishanten there. The 6 is a nice little fill. 6 so is going to do much, especially your brute force in the Honitsu. 3, yeah, just giving it up, going for just any value.
Neither Minato nor Fujii have a 1,000 point hand.
You'd notice.
They can't call for just a Tanyao. They just have too many terminals in their hands.
Yeah. Well, the 6 you could consider sliding down on the 9-9, but this is just Honitsu, so we'll definitely take this for Takamiya. Another Dora clearing. And still Ishanten for dealer. So this does turn this potentially into a 4 Kanchan. If you want to cut the entire 7-9-9 block, you can brute force a Tanya out of this. I like the 9, so I think I would have cut it last turn, but I'm fine cutting it now as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Because you're only losing the last 9-so draw that you don't care about and think it might just be in someone's hand anyway. Han! The Daiming Khan makes perfect sense with where the scores are.
It does, and you'll not.
Ooh, is that 2 Dora? Yes, that's 2 more Dora added immediately to the hand. All of a sudden, this is a real hand for Takamiya to jump into second place.
That is Tenpai for Minato.
That is Tenpai, 6-9 so. Again, she doesn't need value. She just needs to win the hand. Tenpai, South 9-mon. We see 3 of the outs in this hand.
And for Takamiya, that is enough to take over second place from Minato if she wins.
And 6 are going to be thrown. Throwing those safe tiles for now. It is the wind, but not the right one. Hot
It would
suit
have been
pair up. This 9 goes pretty loose.
See, it would be a great hand for Ichinose if she had anything to play for.
Three so not gonna do it. 3 so cleared, so that's a little advancement there. 8 so close, but that's not it. Oh, in the south, that's the end of the hand for the Honetsu. It's never gonna finish unless someone folds into it. Sumo! And that's
Draws
gonna be
it.
the comeback. Minato escapes with second. Ooh, that's all you need. Looks like it just Riichi Sumo, which is hard to believe.
Yeah, that will
With
add,
all those Doras.
I think 25 and then another
Okay, 1 Dora. So yeah, well, there's Fujii first place with the 88.5,
6,500.
and there you go.
Just a 14-point difference from first to second place for the overall standings.
Minato with the escape. You see just the relief on her face like there. Ichinose say, yeah, it didn't come together. And Takamiya yeah, can I just leave?
What a comeback. What a double comeback.
Oh. And so the gap here is 14.2, which is very likely enough to get a wild card spot.
And you know, Fujii started the day with 90.9 points individually, and she lost 21 in the second game, but this brings her back up 100 points. And that
Yeah,
will
as long
put
as
her
she can do the
in the
playoffs,
running for
should
the
be.
individual playoffs, yeah.
Yeah, that's a crazy score. I feel the whole game came down to that Formon discard.
Yeah, that was massive.
Fell back and was staring Doom in the face and just managed to get the sumo there on the end and escaped.
I mean,
As
something
the
you feel like
saying
should have never
goes,
happened.
we take those.
All right, what a game. I think we have the game totals for group
Yes,
8.
we should. Let's see the games for this group.
It is.
And yeah, Mahjong Sakae was kind of in the dumps, but Fujii drags them out with a 61.8, capped off with a nearly 100 final score here. RonRon then taking the brunt of it. They were the team that looked to be coming back, but then that last game ended everything.
Hyokodo is...
And SPICA Akasaka in first place advances to the playoffs with the 41.2. Mahjong Sakai, as he probably getting a wild card with the result there. Had first place up until that last hand, but the Riichi Sumo was enough to shut it down. And Hyokodo and RonRon, they're in the negatives, and they'll just be hoping their individuals advance.
You might remember that SPICA actually had a big penalty towards the beginning of the season.
Well, yeah, you can do some quick
late
math
last
and
year.
say those numbers don't add up to 0, do they?
Yeah, they got minus 100, I think, somewhere around there, because they actually missed a session. They had to make it up later, but they got a big
showing
penalty.
up for
and
your game
still, yeah.
is a very important aspect of Mahjong,
It is.
especially in a team match, because as I recall, it's not just one individual that gets penalized, it's the team, because
and you
all
only
3
need
of
one
you
player
didn't
to
show
show
up.
Exactly. And you only need one player to show up, so...
And this has happened a few times in different groups where they just show up and they realize, oh, wait, talk about it at lunch. Wait, aren't you at the game? No, aren't you at the game? Wait, aren't oh, no. And they scramble in and get in time for game 2 or game 3. But by that time, a penalty's gone on. Regardless, though, enough to escape with the win anyway.
Yeah, what a game. Okay, we have the winner. I mean, I don't have them actually on the screen. But the winners of each group, I believe, are... I have them right here. Where's group 1? So group 8 was SPICA. Mahjong Sakae did get a wild card. So they will both be moving on. For group 9, Janrin, the team with the Nikkaidos, has made it to the team playoffs. For group 10, it's TF Channel. For group 11, Mahjong 3 Arrow Channel, and Little, the, what's it called? The beauty salon. Yeah, the hair salon that we're always talking about. That Gemma was always talking about. For group 4, Ampai will move on. For group 6, Maze Bar will move on. For group 5, All Serious East will move on. For group 7, ML Stadium. For group 16, Cafe Beyond, which is last year's winners. They were the ones that beat Team WRC. For group 1, Mahjong Nico Nico will move on. For group 2, Ikkyu, the one with Tojo Rio Tojo, the sweets shop, will move on. And for group 3, Heartland, the Hokkaido team, will move on. And there are 3... Well, I only see 2 wild cards here. Oh, there's the third one. Team Trinity. Oh, sorry, we didn't do... Okay, group 12, Mahjong Map will move on. Group 13, Endorphin will move on. And Team Trinity took the wild card there with an only 2.3 point difference between the teams. That's the third wildcard spot. For group 14, Mahjong Pro Keirin Bu, the Keirin channel that a bunch of Mahjong pros from all different organizations run, is the sponsor for that one. And for group 15, Reach City team will move on. So we don't have that on a visual, but those are the teams moving on, and we're not going to see them until May anyway. So what we have next week is the individual finals, and we do have the individual results to show you. So individuals 1 through 7 will move on straight to the finals, the quarterfinals, I think. So some familiar names on there: Uotani, former M-leaguer. And we've definitely seen all the other players play, so if you go back and look at the old VODs that are up on the YouTube channel. 12th place is Rio Tojo. She was also on the same team as Uotani, as an M-leaguer. So I think players 8 through 23? Can we look at the next 13 and on? Okay. Yeah, 8 through 23 play in the first round. And from there, I think 2 players move on, and 3 players are cut out. I think that's how they do it. You see in the green there the Sugawara. We watched her play today, and also Fujii. She made it into the 21st place spot, actually overtaking Nika. Aki Nikkaido in the 14th place spot. And Yamawaki is also a pretty famous player from JPML. So the 24th spot to the, let's look at the next page, 27th, is that it? 26th. They come in round 2, I think. And then 27th through 29th will come in round 3. And have each round, like 2 players move up, and then they bring a few more players in. 2 or 3 players move up. I think 2 move up, 1 drops, 1 gets cut out, and then they bring in 3 new players. So they do that 3 times. And you keep all the points. So that's why you really want to get as many points as possible during the regular season, because you don't start again at 0. You have to play with these points. So it is a disadvantage for 27th through 29th to come in later with fewer points. And Lika from Team WRC made it to 25th, so she'll be joining in round 2 of the individual playoffs, which we will watch next week. Same bat time, same bat channel on Thursday and Friday.
All right, so that means we hope to see you next Thursday. Same time, same place. Hopefully the North American adjustment of daily savings time didn't throw too many people off. But regardless, this is Corak along with Nathanael, Cairo, and Jenn and Harrison for the Sankei Shimbun Cup broadcast, hoping to see you for the individual and team playoffs.
Yeah.